Chapter 807. In the central region of the Yuanwu continent, the strange mirror in a mysterious pitch-black space suddenly began to tremble violently. Several pairs of eyes that were unable to discern the direction shot out from the darkness, their expressions filled with anticipation. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Suddenly, the spatial tunnel in the middle of the mirror suddenly became distorted. Soon after, 3 human figures were spat out one after another. Among the 3 human figures, 2 of them were wrapped in black fog. They were the 2 mysterious strong people who had stepped into the Dochi continent. As for the remaining one, she was a beautiful woman wearing a purple dress who possessed a face that could topple the world. This woman was Zun-Er. Unfortunately, Zun-Er had already fainted during the process of passing through this spatial tunnel. At this moment, her pretty face was incomparably pale. It was completely bloodless. With Zun-Er's Do Sheng strength, it was really difficult for her to endure this pressure under the control of the 2 Bandi experts. However, after seeing that the 3 of them had returned, a couple of soft exclamations were emitted from the surrounding dark space. What happened to all of you? Where is the key? Where is the key that I asked you to find? A dark, deep questioning voice was emitted from the darkness. It was not difficult to hear that this voice contained a fury. Sigh, sir. We did not find the key, bang. The 2 people trembled as they spoke within the black fog. However, before their words sounded, an extremely powerful aura suddenly descended from the sky. The bodies of the 2 people appeared to have suffered a heavy blow. With a bang, they violently smashed into the invisible empty space. Fresh blood was immediately spat out from the mouths of the 2 people. It swiftly entered the empty space in front of them and was swiftly refined by a strange strength. Sigh, sir, the key is not, on the Dochi continent. The hearts of the 2 people were shocked. They nearly thought that they had stepped into the gates of hell. An instant later, they hurriedly reacted. If they did not speak clearly, it was likely that they would really die. What? If the key is not in the Dochi continent, then where is it? The voice in the darkness sounded extremely gloomy. The 2 people in the black fog, who had already sunk into serious injuries, hurriedly recounted the events that had occurred on the Dochi continent with trembling hearts. That fellow in the darkness finally withdrew the aura and pressure that he had emitted. In other words, not only can we confirm that the key is with Xiao Yang, but the Dochi continent has also given birth to 3 other half-emperors. Humph, a mere half-martial monarch is nothing but an ant. Killing him is as easy as flipping my hand. An ant is an ant, but it also depends on whether you have the ability to really kill him. Even if you want to kill him, there are still people watching covetously. Once that kid's identity is exposed and they protect him in advance, it will be troublesome. A few hoarse voices mocked each other in the darkness. The 2 half-emperors took the opportunity to consume a medicinal pill and hurriedly recover from the injuries within their bodies. A trace of joy involuntarily surged within their hearts. That great person had once told them that as long as they returned, he would guarantee that they would no longer have to worry about anything in the future. This was something that they clearly remembered. According to what you have said, the key is currently still with you. Have you not taken it back? Suddenly, a powerful voice was emitted from this dark space. In an instant, the mocking voices from a moment ago were completely swept away. The 2 half-emperors could clearly sense that their souls involuntarily trembled the moment that voice was transmitted over. The hearts of the 2 of them were both shocked and happy. They did not know just what would happen next, but they knew that their bitter days had finally come to an end. The 2 of you are planning to use her to threaten Xiao Yang to hand over the key? The voice was transmitted once again. The 2 fellows, who thought that they were smart, hurriedly nodded. However, they were unaware of the many pairs of eyes that were filled with cold laughter and ridicule in the surrounding darkness. Your idea is not bad, that voice spoke indifferently. The 2 of them immediately rejoiced in their hearts when they heard this. They hurriedly asked, Sir, about the thing that you promised us. I will keep my word. From today onwards, the 2 of you do not need to care about anything in this world. You will be free of worries. This time, the 2 of them could clearly hear the change in emotion in the voice. Immediately, a chill rapidly rose from the bottom of their hearts. The chill was like the surface of a frozen lake, rapidly spreading throughout their bodies. In the end, it turned into endless fear. Bang! Soon after, a deep explosion rang out. The two of them exploded at the same time, turning into a bloody mist that was quickly devoured by the surrounding space. As long as the two of you die, everything will be over. Similarly, I will be free of worries. This can be considered as fulfilling your wishes. The owner of the voice muttered in the darkness. A pair of scarlet eyes were actually able to emit a blood-like scarlet light in the darkness. In the end, they quietly closed. As for the other few, they seemed to have long become accustomed to such an outcome. They were all too clear about that person's methods. Yuanwu continent, western region, outside the Shilin mountain range. In the blink of an eye, a week had already passed since the big battle in the Shilin mountain range. Only today did Xiao Yang leave the Shilin mountain range and head towards the west. That was where the Western Wastelands region was located. Back then, Tianying had once told Xiao Yang that there were 3 large halls within the Tianzhu ancient tomb. The 3 large halls respectively stored the cultivation inheritance of Tianzhu. In addition, there was also the inheritance of Tianzhu's spiritual essence. However, the thing that Xiao Yang was most concerned about was the last one. It was the qi method that Tianzhu practiced, the return to source skill. As he had only asked for the name back then, Xiao Yang did not pay too much attention to it. However, now that he knew that the return to source skill was related to Xiao Yang had to go to the Tianzhu ancient tomb no matter what. Although it was rumored in the outside world that all 3 of Tianzhu's famous Do skills had to be present in order to open the Tianzhu ancient tomb, Xiao Yang hoped to try his luck. Xiao Yang remembered that Murong Qianqian had once told him about a place called Shohi Pu. That place was an important area that connected the Shilin region and the Western Wastelands region. If one wanted to enter the Western Wastelands region, that place was a place that one must pass through. However, before that, Xiao Yang wanted to make a trip to Yang City. After all, Jin Yarrow was still there. After not seeing him for a few years, he did not know what she would think of him after seeing the current him. The corners of Xiao Yang's mouth involuntarily revealed a somewhat expectant smile when he thought of this. Chapter 808. A week later, a black-robed Xiao Yang once again arrived at the outskirts of Yang City. Xiao Yang raised his head and looked at the bustling city in front of him as he stood outside the city. A relaxed smile involuntarily surfaced on his face. After 5 years, he had returned to this place. Everything appeared to have not changed. He wondered if Jin Yarrow was the same as before. As this thought flashed across his mind, Xiao Yang's footsteps did not linger as he strode towards the inner part of Yang City. Following the route in his memory, Xiao Yang arrived in front of an ancient-looking building a short while later. The 3 large words "Thousand Medicinal House" were written on the signboard on the door. Seeing this, the smile on the corner of Xiao Yang's mouth involuntarily became even wider. Some scenes from a couple of years ago involuntarily surfaced in his mind. When he arrived in front of the 1000 medicine shop, the main doors were open. The flow of people coming and going indicated that this business was booming. As the largest shop in Yang City, the daily profits of the 1000 medicine shop were ranked among the top in Yang City. Thus, it was reasonable for there to be so many people here. After entering the 1000 medicine shop, Xiao Yang first found the shop's manager. The latter immediately recognized Xiao Yang when he first saw him. However, due to Jin Yarrow's special instructions, Xiao Yang's identity was not discovered by outsiders. According to the manager, Xiao Yang found out that Jin Yarrow was not in the front of the 1000 medicine shop. This situation had been going on for a long time. According to the manager's guess, Jin Yarrow should be in her own courtyard. As for why this happened so often, the elder did not elaborate. He only stared at Xiao Yang for a long time, as if he knew something, but also as if he did not know anything. With regards to this, Xiao Yang did not probe further. Since the other party was unwilling to speak, he naturally had no reason to probe further. He could only turn around and head towards Yang City, towards Jin Yarrow's courtyard. After a short period of time, Xiao Yang arrived at this place. After pondering for a moment, he did not directly barge in. Instead, with a thought, The soul orb between his eyebrows trembled slightly as a formless spiritual force spread out and swiftly spread across the entire courtyard. After a few breaths, Xiao Yang's spiritual force locked onto a small courtyard. The small courtyard was not large. There were a few trees that were green all year round. There were stone tables and stone chairs in the courtyard, and flowers and grass were everywhere. There was a pond in the corner of the courtyard, and on the blue stone beside the pond, a beautiful woman in a red dress was sitting there with her legs crossed. As the cultivation method in her body circulated, the energy between heaven and earth uncontrollably gathered towards the woman in the red dress. From the looks of this lady's appearance, she was surprisingly the owner of the 1,000 medicinal house, Jin Yao. 5 years did not leave any scars on Jin Yao's beautiful face. Instead, it caused her to gain an additional mature charm. Additionally, her strength had finally advanced to a 3-star Do Di after 5 years. With such strength, she could be considered a tyrant even in the western region. There were not many people who could touch her. Xiao Yang could not help but be slightly startled when he saw the latter's appearance as she sat on the bluestone. That spot was where he had once sat and trained. Who is it? While Xiao Yang's emotions were fluctuating, Jin Yao, who was seated on the bluestone within the small courtyard, also instantly discovered the latter's spiritual probing. Although it was only for an instant, it caused the latter to feel a great threat. To be able to spread his soul strength to her side without her noticing, just from this point alone, the strength of the other party was absolutely not below Jin Yao's. In fact, it was extremely likely that the other party was even stronger than her. Don't tell me that the old man from the Zhao clan who will not die has broken through? Jin Yao's heart tightened. If it was that person, it would be troublesome. On the other side, Xiao Yang had also withdrawn his spiritual strength the moment Jin Yao discovered it. He involuntarily smiled awkwardly in his heart. With his current strength, it was naturally impossible for Jin Yao to easily discover his spiritual strength. This was because the emotion in his heart had changed slightly earlier, creating a little fluctuation that allowed Jin Yao to discover his existence. However, since he had already been discovered, there was naturally no need for Xiao Yang to continue hiding. Cuckoo, it has been 5 years since we last met. I wonder how Jie Jin Yao has been. However, just as Jin Yao's pretty face was solemn as she looked all around, a clear laughter was suddenly transmitted from the sky above the courtyard. Soon after, the black-robed Xiao Yang's body suddenly appeared in the small courtyard. Xiao Yang, who had secretly appeared, caused Jin Yao's delicate body to tremble. She reflexively flashed and appeared in front of Xiao Yang. The Do Qi in her body also began to swiftly circulate at this moment. However, in the next moment, Jin Yao's delicate body suddenly paused. Her entire mind abruptly surged. A pair of beautiful eyes stared intently at the face of the black-robed man in front of her. Her mind was like a bell ringing as she continuously recalled the words that the black-robed man had spat out. A few seconds later, Jin Yao's eyes quickly turned red. A thin layer of moisture could not help but swirl in her eyes. You're still willing to come back. Finally, Jin Yao could not help but reveal an aggrieved expression as she cried out to Xiao Yang. Cuckoo, Jie Jin Yao, have you been well these past 5 years? I was almost worried to death by you. Jin Yao fiercely glared at Xiao Yang as she coquettishly pouted. In response, Xiao Yang smiled embarrassedly. To be honest, he suddenly did not want to rest for so long. He had no choice but to do so in order to break through his strength. Half a month ago, I heard that the 4 great clans sent people into the Shalin mountain range. We all guessed that they might be targeting you. However, seeing that you're safe and sound, it shouldn't be. Seeing that Xiao Yang had returned safe and sound, the large stone in Jin Yao's heart finally fell heavily. She let out a long sigh of relief and said with a light smile. After all, the 4 great clans had mobilized quite a number of people this time. If such a large-scale operation was only to capture a half-emperor level Xiao Yang, why would he appear in front of her now? Cuckoo, the person they wanted to capture was really me. However, they were unlucky and were left there forever by me. Hearing Jin Yao's words, Xiao Yang lightly scratched his head and said with a calm expression. When these words were said, Jin Yao could not help but be stunned. At the same time that she felt shocked in her heart, she was also endlessly suspicious. Jin Yaro naturally understood what Xiao Yang meant by leaving them there forever. However, with Xiao Yang's strength, how was it possible for him to do so? You said that you left them there forever. Don't tell me that they really went there to capture you. Xiao Yang smiled and nodded gently to show his affirmation. The ones leading them were all 4-star Do Di. If you were able to leave them there, doesn't that mean that your cultivation is, Before the words from Jin Yaro's mouth sounded, a thought passed through Xiao Yang's heart. Immediately, a faint aura swiftly spread from within his body. This pressure might not pose any threat to Jin Yaro in front of him, but just this pressure was sufficient to let Jin Yaro know his current cultivation level. This is, 5-star Do Di. In an instant, a shocked expression involuntarily surfaced on Jin Yaro's pretty face. The shock in her heart was indescribable. Chapter 809. How did you do it? You actually leaped from a 6-star Ban Di to a 5-star Do Di in 5 years. This is equivalent to an entire class. Jin Yaro's pretty face was shocked as she stared at Xiao Yang in front of her. Even though she had clearly sensed the aura on Xiao Yang's body, she still did not dare to easily believe that the strength of this black-robed man in front of her had actually reached the level of a 5-star Do Di. This was really unbelievable. However, after hearing Xiao Yang's explanation, Jin Yaro finally understood. No wonder Xiao Yang's strength had soared. It was because he had swallowed the heavenly flame. TSK, heavenly flame is really mysterious. It can actually allow your strength to soar by so much. If there are a few more heavenly flames, won't your strength immediately soar and you will become an ultimate expert? Jin Yaro's pretty eyes contained some excitement as she looked at Xiao Yang. It was as though she was that ultimate expert. Xiao Yang smiled bitterly and shook his head when he heard this. He sighed and said, swallowing a heavenly flame is not as simple as you think. I have spent quite a lot of effort in order to swallow the bone-chilling flame. I nearly lost my life during the process. If it were not because of some luck and confidence, I would not have been able to survive until now. Only after these words were spoken did Jin Yaro pout her mouth and become quiet. Xiao Yang paused for a moment before continuing. Moreover, let's not talk about how difficult and dangerous it is to refine a heavenly flame. Just finding a heavenly flame is also extremely difficult. Based on what I currently know, I only know that there is a heavenly flame in the northern region. I am completely clueless about the rest. I don't even know the exact location of that heavenly flame. I can only be certain that there is a heavenly flame in the northern region. The confidence in Xiao Yang's words caused Jin Yaro to be startled. She did not expect Xiao Yang to be so confident. However, she did not know that it was not that Xiao Yang was confident in this information. It was just that he believed in Jiuyu's words. If Jiuyu said that there was a heavenly flame, then there definitely was. What do you plan to do now? Head to the northern region to search for the heavenly flame? Jin Yaro returned to her senses and frowned. Her tone was filled with reluctance as she carefully asked. I plan to go to the western wasteland region first. There, I also have something I want to take back. No matter what. Are you talking about that little girl called Murong Chanxian? Jin Yaro rolled her eyes. She never thought that she would say something like that. The moment she said those words, her pretty face couldn't help but blush. She wished she could swallow back the words she had just said. Hearing this, Xiao Yang couldn't help but be slightly startled. If Jin Yaro hadn't mentioned it, perhaps he really would have forgotten about that little girl. However, when Jin Yaro saw Xiao Yang's startled appearance, she thought that he was concerned about what she had just said. She hastily opened her mouth to explain, her voice somewhat flustered. Don't misunderstand. I just happened to overhear it. Who asked the two of you to talk behind me? Her voice wasn't loud, but towards the end, it was inexplicably lingering with a hint of hidden bitterness. Xiao Yang softly chuckled. He didn't care about this at all. Soon after, he lifted his gaze and looked towards Jin Yaro, smiling as he said, Sister Jin Yaro, you don't need to think too much. The thing I am referring to is a very important accessory to me and not a person. Moreover, it has nothing to do with Murong Chanxian. Instead, it has something to do with an elder of mine. At this point, Xiao Yang no longer spoke. He lifted his head and looked towards the sky, his heart filled with anticipation. When she heard Xiao Yang's words, the expression on Jin Yao's pretty face was slightly startled. Soon after, she saw Xiao Yang's startled expression. This expression didn't contain any romantic feelings. Instead, it was a kind of reverence. Just like Xiao Yang had said, it was an elder of his. Jin Yao, get out here and accept your death. However, at this moment, an earth-shaking roar was transmitted over from the sky above Yang City like a thunderclap, causing the city below to tremble slightly. Immediately, everyone in the city was greatly alarmed. Numerous gazes were like spotlights as they looked towards the source of the voice. They saw a grey-robed elder standing in the sky. His turbid old eyes swept back and forth across the city below. In the blink of an eye, he had already determined Jin Yao's location. Jin Yao. 3 years. This old man has waited for 3 years. Today is the day that you will pay with your blood. The instant he saw Jin Yao, an extremely powerful aura suddenly erupted from within the elder's body. It transformed into an invisible energy storm that ruthlessly pressed down on Jin Yao in the city below. When he saw this scene, Xiao Yang immediately frowned. The dou qi in his body swiftly circulated as he prepared to take action to suppress the elder. However, in the next moment, another powerful aura appeared and forcefully suppressed the aura of the grey-robed elder in the sky. This sudden situation caused Xiao Yang to be stunned. He turned his head to look and a surprised expression immediately appeared on his face. This was because the person who had intervened was actually the chairman of the Tianyun auction house, Dong Chuan. The Tianyun auction house has always been neutral and will not intervene in any disputes between factions. Why would he intervene for you? Could it be that this uncle has taken a liking to you, Jin Yao Jie? Xiao Yang frowned slightly. Soon after, his face was full of smiles as he teased Jin Yao. When the latter heard this, her pretty face turned red as she stepped forward. Her jade-like hand pinched Xiao Yang's waist. Immediately, the expression on Xiao Yang's face twisted violently as he repeatedly cried out and begged for mercy. Let's see if you still dare to speak nonsense. Jin Yao hatefully scolded. Only then did she turn her face and look at the grey-robed elder in the sky. A cold light gradually condensed in her beautiful eyes. Let's go up and take a look. After regaining his senses, Xiao Yang also put away his playful thoughts. Amidst Jin Yao's soft cry, he grabbed the latter's jade-like hand. His figure moved and instantly swept into the sky. Chairman Dong Chuan, what do you mean by this? 3 years ago, you stopped me from killing this woman to avenge my son. 3 years later, you still intend to stop me. In the sky, seeing that Dong Chuan had actually stopped his actions once again, the grey-robed elder's wrinkled old face immediately revealed a trace of anger. If it wasn't for the fact that he was afraid of the strength of the person in front of him, he would have already charged forward. Zhao Mian, your son's death was originally an accident. Why do you keep pestering Jin Yao? 3 years ago, I sent you away because I wanted you to reflect on yourself. I didn't expect that 3 years later, you would still be so obstinate. Dong Chuan looked at the grey-robed elder opposite him with a solemn expression. What bullshit misunderstanding. This old man's son died because of this woman. At that time, the servant who reported clearly said that the person who chased after my son to stop him was this woman. But you also said that your son was also chasing after someone at that time. Perhaps it was because of her that your son died. How is that possible? How could a mere pseudo-emperor be my son's match? In the sky, Dong Chuan and the old man were arguing endlessly. It was also at this moment that 2 figures strode into the sky like bolts of lightning and stood between the 2 of them. Hihi, your son is Zhao Xian? Who are you? Hearing Xiao Yang's words, the grey-robed elder immediately replied in a deep voice. You weren't wrong earlier. Your son did indeed die at my hands. Ignoring Zhao Mian's words, Xiao Yang faintly smiled as he spoke in an unconcerned manner. Following Xiao Yang's words, the expressions on the faces of Zhao Mian and Dong Chuan in the sky froze. Chapter 8:10. Who are you? In the sky, the grey-robed old man's turbid old eyes stared intently at the black-robed, young man who had suddenly appeared in front of him. The expression on his old face was both shocked and furious when he heard the words that were spat out from the latter's mouth. Cuckoo, old Zhao is really old. Old people tend to forget things. Back then, you had recognized my identity without revealing yourself. Why is it that you are asking me who I am now that we have met? Xiao Yang held Jin Yaro's tender white hand in the empty sky. He faced the grey-robed old man with a cold smile in front of the latter's shy eyes. Both of his eyes were filled with ridicule. This old man in front of him was surprisingly the 2-star Do Di from the Zhao clan whom Xiao Yang had met back in Sulan City. However, back then, he was at the critical juncture of breaking through to the 3-star Do Di class and did not have the time to bother with Xiao Yang. Only then was Xiao Yang able to leave. It was unexpected that he was actually Zhao Xian's father. If it was not because Zhao Mian had mentioned that his son was chasing after a Ban Di and that Jin Yaro had chased after him to stop him, Xiao Yang might not have thought of this point. Xiao Yang. It was also at this moment that Dong Chuan, who was behind Xiao Yang and Jin Yaro, suddenly cried out involuntarily. His voice was filled with excitement. He had also heard about the matter of the 4 great clans sending people to barge into the Shilin mountain range half a month ago. At that time, he had immediately thought of Xiao Yang. However, he did not expect that he would actually meet him again in Yang City half a month later. Cuckoo, old brother Dong Chuan, it has been 5 years since we last met. How have you been? Xiao Yang smiled and turned his head when he heard Dong Chuan's exclamation. His face revealed a warm smile. The icy cold appearance from a moment ago had completely disappeared. It's really you. Seeing Xiao Yang with his own eyes caused Dong Chuan to be pleasantly surprised. A moment ago, his face still had a solemn expression, but in the next moment, it revealed an excited expression. This 180-degree change in an instant caused everyone in the city below to be involuntarily stunned. However, when they heard the name that came out of Dong Chuan's mouth, they immediately reacted. No wonder this black-robed young man was able to cause an expert of Dong Chuan's level to cry out in surprise. It turns out that he was Xiao Yang, whose name shook the western region 5 years ago. Xiao Yang, his actually Xiao Yang. Rumor has it that he was captured by the 4 great clans 5 years ago. Why would he suddenly appear here? What do you mean he's dead? Back then, when he was surrounded by the 4 great clans, he fled into the forest. In order to not be caught, he hid for 5 years before daring to come out. That's right. I heard that half a month ago, the 4 great clans once again sent people to approach the Shilin mountain range. They were most likely sent to capture Xiao Yang. However, I did not expect that Xiao Yang had already escaped. He's really lucky. In a moment, the city below became noisy. All kinds of discussions continuously buzzed in the sky above Yang City, just like a swarm of bees flying in the sky. However, Xiao Yang, who was in the sky, did not seem to care at all. Dong Chuan's eyebrows were tightly furrowed as he stepped forward. His gaze swept across the black mass of people in the city below as a trace of apology involuntarily appeared in his eyes. Brother Xiao Yang, it's fine. Let him be. When he saw this, Xiao Yang chuckled in an unconcerned manner. As of now, as long as the 4 great sects did not join forces, it was already very difficult for them to pose much of a threat to him. The reason why Yi Luotian was able to seize the opportunity at the Shilin mountain range previously was because he had placed all his attention on the 4 great clans. In a one-on-one battle, even if he was not a match for any of the 4 great sects, Xiao Yang was confident that he had the ability to completely protect himself. Hence, whether his identity was exposed or not was no longer important to him. When he saw Xiao Yang's confident appearance, Dong Chuan's heart was filled with doubt. Then, his gaze turned and once again looked towards Zhao Mian. At this moment, the flesh on the latter's old face involuntarily twitched intensely after hearing Dong Chuan's words. He did not expect that Xiao Yang, whose identity had been exposed by him back then and who had been chased by Zhao Xian, would actually appear here so coincidentally. Moreover, Xiao Yang had once again gotten involved with his Zhao clan. Zhao Mian's heart tightened slightly when he sensed the gazes that Xiao Yang's group shot over. Not long ago, he had broken through to the advanced 3-star Do Di class. Moreover, He had rushed over to Yang City with a murderous look the moment he came out of his retreat. His goal was to kill Jin Yarrow and take revenge for his dead son. However, he had never expected that things would end up like this. Zhao Mian, your son was vicious and merciless. He had viciously chased after Xiao Yang for the bounty offered by the 4 great sects. In the end, he had caused his own death. This can be considered as him reaping what he sowed. In this continent, endless greed will always have a price to pay. Your son is the best proof. Jin Yarrow took a step forward and arrived in front of Xiao Yang. Her pretty eyes stared at Zhao Mian as she spoke in a dense tone, twisting words and forcing logic. Xiao Yang, you have killed the son of the old me. Today, the old me shall take your life as a sacrifice to him. Hearing Jin Yarrow's words, Zhao Mian's face was distorted as he stared fiercely at Xiao Yang. As long as he had the chance, he would definitely forcefully kill Xiao Yang today, even if Dong Chuan were to stand in front of him. After his voice sounded, Zhao Mian's body shook. The aura within his body surged and the long grey robe that he was wearing moved without any wind. An extremely powerful force and pressure also surged out from his body, transforming into an invisible energy storm that swiftly spread across the sky above Yang City. Zhao Mian, you, old brother Dong Chuan, allow me to do it myself. Seeing Zhao Mian in this manner, Dong Chuan immediately frowned. With Zhao Mian's advanced 3-star Do Di strength, how could Xiao Yang be his match? However, just as Dong Chuan was about to step forward, Xiao Yang smiled faintly and stopped him with a hand. Immediately, Dong Chuan took 2 steps forward under the latter's somewhat worried gaze. His expression was calm as he looked at Zhao Mian opposite him. Behind him, Jin Yarrow's face carried ridicule as she looked at Zhao Mian. Her pair of pretty eyes revealed a trace of disdain. Seeing this, Dong Chuan by the side could not help but frown. His face revealed a suspicious expression as he said, Brother Xiao Yang does not appear to be someone who likes to show off. However, by doing this, what exactly is, chairman, continue watching. You will soon know. Moreover, the expression on that fellow's face will definitely be very interesting in a while. Jin Yarrow did not directly reply to Dong Chuan's question. She pursed her red lips and smiled as she looked at Xiao Yang. Her pretty eyes emitted a bright light, as though she was proud. Almost at the same time, Zhao Mian's frightening aura that belonged to an advanced 3-star Do Di violently attacked Xiao Yang like a storm. From the looks of it, the latter seemed to want to rely on this pressure alone to completely suppress Xiao Yang. Xiao Yang, today, the old me will take revenge for my son. Die. Zhao Mian's old face was densely cold. A powerful aura violently pressed down on Xiao Yang's head. It was just like an invisible mountain, its aura frightening. However, Xiao Yang still maintained a calm expression in the face of this. He did not reveal the slightest fluctuation in his emotions because of the pressure above his head. In the next moment, when the pressure suddenly fell, Xiao Yang's pair of dark black eyes suddenly lifted. Immediately, an incomparably sharp invisible aura instantly cut through the pressure above his head like a sharp sword. Soon after, his dense gaze landed on Zhao Mian's body. The coldness that filled Zhao Mian's eyes was about to turn into a substance. In an instant, it caused Zhao Mian's entire body to feel a deep chill. It was as though he was in a 10,000-year-old ice house. He was incomparably terrified. At the same time, the expression on Dong Chuan's face behind Xiao Yang suddenly changed drastically at this moment. Chapter 8:11. In the sky above Yang City, Xiao Yang had only used one gaze to instantly break Zhao Mian's aura and pressure. It was like a sword that could cut through metal like mud, cutting through duckweed on the surface of the water. It did not cause the slightest ripple. All of this appeared to be so natural. However, at the same time this scene appeared, everyone in Yang City, other than Jin Yarrow, were stunned. Numerous gazes were filled with shock as they stared intently at the black-robed human figure in the sky. Everyone's faces were filled with an expression of disbelief. The appearance of this scene was really hard to imagine and hard to believe. The aura and pressure of a 3-star Do Di had actually been instantly broken by just one gaze. This was a 3-star Do Di. Even in the entire Western region, he was a person who stood at the top of the pyramid. It was not that there were no people in the entire western region who could contend with him, but they were only a small minority. However, the thing that caused them to not dare to imagine was that Xiao Yang seemed to be merely a bandit. Xiao Yang had disappeared for 5 years, causing these people's impression of him to ultimately remain from 5 years ago. Indeed, Xiao Yang was merely a 6-star bandit 5 years ago. With such strength, it was naturally impossible for him to be a match for an advanced 3-star DI. However, 5 years. This extremely short yet long period of time might not be considered much in the eyes of these self-proclaimed experts, but it was sufficient for Xiao Yang to change many things. For example, his current cultivation had leaped from a 6-star bandit 5 years ago to a 5-star middle-stage DI. Such a large contrast was indeed hard to believe. It was no wonder that these people would reveal such an expression on their faces. As for Zhao Mian, his old face was also filled with a dumbfounded expression. His mouth was wide open, as if his entire jaw was about to be dislocated. His pair of deeply sunken old eyes suddenly protruded outwards. His eyeballs were swollen outwards as if they were about to fall out of their sockets. The muscles on his tanned old face were tense, stiff like a statue. Waves of cold sweat uncontrollably flowed down from his temples. The breathing at the tip of his nose also seemed to have become sluggish at this moment. His entire person looked like a dried corpse. His appearance was extremely frightening. Xiao Yang. Brother Xiao Yang, your cultivation. Not long ago, I was lucky enough to break through to the middle stage of a 5-star DI. However, compared to Brother Dong Chuan, it is still lacking by quite a bit. Hearing the shocked words from behind him, a slight smile appeared on Little Silver's face. His appearance was completely harmless. Where was the dense killing intent from a moment ago? You fellow, your training speed is really frightening. It has only been 5 years and you have actually leaped from a 6-star half-emperor to a 5-star DI. TSK, I really don't know how you train. Hearing Xiao Yang's admission, Dong Chuan could not help but curl his lips. His gaze swept up and down Xiao Yang's body as he spoke with a face full of praise. I was just lucky. Hearing this, Xiao Yang once again smiled. He gently scratched his head but did not provide any further explanation. Hearing such vague words, Dong Chuan was not in a position to ask any more questions. He could only continue to praise a few more times before withdrawing his gaze. 5-star DI, middle stage. Following the sound of Xiao Yang's words, not only Dong Chuan, but even Zhao Mian, who was standing in the air in a daze, felt an endless amount of fear in his heart at this moment. No matter how he thought about it, he would never have imagined that Xiao Yang's strength would actually leap from a 6-star half-emperor to a 5-star DI within 5 years. Even in the entire Western continent, there were not many experts of this level. The thing that caused Zhao Mian to feel the most fear was that given Xiao Yang's current cultivation, it would be extremely easy for him to kill him if he wanted to. Even though they were both elite DI, if they were to truly compare, it was completely impossible for an advanced 3-star DI like him to be a match for an intermediate 5-star DI like Xiao Yang. Between elite DI, the gap between each line was as large as a chasm. This was not something that a half-emperor could compare with. Even though they were both elite DI, if there was a slight gap between their cultivations, just this point alone would be enough to allow the other party to suppress you. Normally speaking, the strength of an intermediate 3-star DI would definitely not be a match for an advanced 3-star DI, much less a 4-star DI or a 5-star DI. Hence, with Zhao Mian's strength, he naturally did not have the courage to face Xiao Yang, who had already reached the intermediate 5-star DI level. Hence, after witnessing Xiao Yang's frightening move, Zhao Mian's heart had already given birth to the thought of retreating. In a battle between the strong, even if it was just a face-to-face exchange, many things could be expressed. Just from that glance from Xiao Yang earlier, this battle had actually ended before it had even begun. Cuckoo, old Zhao, may I know if you still plan to continue fighting? If you are willing, I won't mind. I'm just afraid that your Zhao clan will be removed from the western region from now on. You dare to threaten me. Hearing Xiao Yang's words, a furious expression immediately surfaced on Zhao Mian's old face. Xiao Yang coldly laughed. If you want to be more direct, I can also choose not to threaten you. The instant Xiao Yang spat out these words, Xiao Yang flicked his finger. A sharp douqi pillar immediately shot out from Xiao Yang's fingertip. Like an arrow, it carried a lightning-like speed and arrived in front of Zhao Mian in the blink of an eye. Seeing this, Zhao Mian's old face immediately turned pale with fright. His heart was filled with fear as he hurriedly retreated. Finally, that douqi pillar entered empty space and disappeared in a flash. Even though this was the case, it still caused Zhao Mian to be extremely shocked. If you don't want to die, it is still not too late to turn around now. Disappear from my sight within 10 breaths. If you don't leave, don't blame me for being vicious. Xiao Yang's face once again recovered its coldness. He did not feel any pity in his heart when facing the person in front of him. The reason why he did not kill him was because he felt that there was no need to do so. If it was in the past, a 3-star DI would indeed be a problem. However, at this moment, a 3-star DI was nothing in front of him. It would not change whether he left such a person alive or not. Since he had the ability to easily kill Zhao Mian today, he would not care about him in the future. Of course, if this old man insisted on going his own way, Xiao Yang would not mind sending him off. 10, 9, 8, 3, 2, enough. This old man will just leave. However, you must remember that this matter is not over. In the blink of an eye, 10 breaths were almost up. Zhao Mian's heart also became increasingly anxious. Only at the last moment did he viciously throw down these words. Immediately, he did not dare to stay any longer. He hurriedly turned around and swiftly left in the direction he had come from. In the blink of an eye, he had already disappeared from everyone's sight. Only at this moment did Xiao Yang coldly withdraw his gaze. He turned his eyes and looked at the two people behind him. At the same time, the indifferent expression on his face also swiftly changed. The instant he turned around, he had already recovered his warm appearance. His amiable appearance was completely different from a moment ago. Chapter 8:12. Xiao Yang and the other two were standing within Jin Yao's mansion in Yang City. At this moment, an old man's figure slowly descended from the sky above the mansion. Ha ha, little brother Xiao Yang, it has been 5 years since we last met. Your strength has soared. You have actually already reached the 5-star DI class. You have really caused these old bones of mine to lose face. Before the person arrived, a hearty laughter had already been transmitted from a great distance and reverberated unceasingly within this small courtyard. This person was naturally the manager of the Tianyun auction house, Fang Qian. After not seeing each other for 5 years, Fang Qian's cultivation had already stepped into the initial level of a 4-star DI. He could be considered the second strongest person within Yang City. However, compared to Xiao Yang's soaring cultivation, Fang Qian's strength was clearly insufficient. Seeing the person who had arrived, Xiao Yang and Dong Chuan, who were seated beside the stone table, smiled at each other. They stood up together and looked at Fang Qian. On the other side, Jin Yao took out a couple of exquisite jade cups from her room and filled them with tea. Her footsteps were light as she walked over. Ha ha, elder brother, you're being too humble. I was just lucky enough to obtain my current cultivation level. Elder brother Fang Qian, you're getting more and more energetic even though you've not seen me for 5 years. Ha ha, this little fellow is trying to change the topic. Fang Qian descended and laughed out loud. After which, his eyes flashed as he saw Jin Yao strolling over while holding a cup of tea. A surprised expression involuntarily flashed across his old eyes. He exchanged glances with Dong Chuan and the two of them involuntarily smiled. Immediately, Fang Qian took the opportunity when Jin Yao placed down the jade cup and walked away to softly tease Xiao Yang with a smile. TSK, little brother Xiao Yang is really outstanding. Jin Yao Xiaojie can be considered one of the strongest people in Yang City. Usually, she would not be so warm even when facing the two of us. Today, when she saw little brother Xiao Yang, she actually became as obedient as a little wife. Ha ha ha. Xiao Yang was startled. He could not help but smile awkwardly. After which, he smiled bitterly and said, Elder brother, don't make fun of your younger brother like that. I treat her like an elder sister, so naturally, she only treats me like a younger brother. Our relationship is just that of siblings. Dong Chuan and Jin Yarrow were immediately startled when these words were uttered. Their gazes swiftly met for an instant before they laughed out loud. Fang Qian's gaze swept back and forth between Xiao Yang and Jin Yarrow. He quietly said in his heart, "Brat, you treat her as your big sister, but do you know what she treats you as?" Next, the three of them casually chatted for a while. When they talked about Xiao Yang's next destination, the expressions on Dong Chuan and the other man's faces could not help but change slightly. "What, you want to open the ancient tomb of Heaven's End by yourself?" "Yes, because there's something very important waiting for me to retrieve it." Facing Fang Qian, Xiao Yang nodded his head and said with a determined expression on his face, "But you should also know that if you want to open the ancient tomb of Heaven's End, you must first gather the three famous Do techniques of Tianju. Only by using the three Do techniques together can you open the ancient tomb of Heaven's End. Just relying on one of them is impossible. How would I know if I don't give it a try? If I reject it without seeing the result with my own eyes, wouldn't that be too hasty? Even if my sky extinction steps alone can't open the sky extinction ancient tomb, I must personally give it a try." Dong Chuan and Jin Yarrow repeatedly dissuaded him. However, Xiao Yang's stance was firm. No matter what, he must make a trip to the ancient tomb of Heaven's End. Even if he could not open it in the end, he wanted to personally prove it. When the two brothers saw how firm Xiao Yang was, they could only helplessly sigh. "Cuckoo, the two of you can relax. If I really can't open the ancient tomb of Heaven's End, I can just turn back. Don't tell me that the two of you don't believe in my strength." Hearing this, Dong Chuan and Jin Yarrow smiled and nodded. They did not doubt Xiao Yang's strength at all. When he was a Ban Di, he was able to cause a Do Di to suffer and even kill a Do Di. Now that his strength had reached a 5-star Do Di, Xiao Yang's fighting strength would only be even more frightening than before. Currently, even in the entire Western region, the number of people who could fight with Xiao Yang could be counted with one's fingers. "When do you plan to leave?" 3 days later. Xiao Yang's face revealed a smile as he replied without the slightest hesitation. While the words were being spat out from Xiao Yang's mouth, he did not notice that Jin Yarrow, whose lovely body was wrapped under a red dress, was staring at him with a pair of startled pretty eyes a short distance behind him. A complicated expression was revealed deep within her eyes. Finally, she turned around in a lonely manner and walked to the side of the pond by herself. At the same time, the 4 large sects on Qingshan Mountain finally began to move. The Sky Sword Gate's territory. 4 human figures were standing in the meeting hall. The expressions on their faces were somewhat gloomy, especially the chief of the Sky Sword Gate, Jian Ming. His eyes contained a surging killing intent that could not be contained. It is unexpected that the speed of that brat's growth is actually this fast. In just a short couple of years, his strength has already reached a 5-star Do Di. That brat's strength was already extraordinary when he was a Ban Di. He was known for his strength that far surpassed those of the same level. With his current strength, it is likely that he can already fight with a 6-star Do Di. What should we do now? A couple of days ago, someone came to report that he has already left the Shalin mountain range and is heading west. I wonder what he is planning. Hey, Wu Jitian, the western side is the territory of your battle sect. A couple of years ago, I heard that Xiao Yang had a fight with a deacon of your battle sect. Don't tell me that he is targeting you. That somewhat heavy voice had just sounded when a cold laugh was emitted from the mouth of another person. Jian Ming, you should take care of yourself. Just Xiao Yang alone does not have the ability to barge into my battle sec. That may not be the case. I heard that the brat is also a physical body practitioner. Not only is his Do Chi outstanding, but his physical body is also quite strong. Additionally, he is also an alchemist. TSK, Jian Ming laughed strangely when he heard this. His face was filled with a cold smile. I think that your Sky Sword Gate is afraid after being beaten by Xiao Yang. All you can say is how strong Xiao Yang is. You really boost his morale. What did you say? Enough. The most important thing now is how to deal with Xiao Yang and not us being unreasonable here. Of course, if any of you wish to deal with Xiao Yang alone and are unwilling to join forces, you can step forward now. We will go our separate ways and see who will have the last laugh. Chen Zhen suddenly stepped forward while the two of them were arguing endlessly. He stopped the two of them with a single sentence. In the blink of an eye, the atmosphere once again calmed down. Could he have gone to the Western Wastelands? Suddenly, Yi Luotian, who had been silent all this while, carefully swept his gaze over the three people in front of him as he awkwardly asked. Yi Luotian's sudden words successfully attracted the gazes of the three people. This was especially the case when he mentioned the Western Wastelands. Their hearts involuntarily thought of the Tianju ancient tomb when he mentioned this. Could it be that he would really go to the Western Wastelands? This doubt immediately rose in the hearts of the four of them. It is very likely. Although the Battle Martial sect is located in the Western Wastelands, Xiao Yang alone will not be able to threaten them. How can the power of an entire sect be resisted by him alone? However, since that is the case, there is only one reason why Xiao Yang is heading towards the Western Wastelands, the Western Wasteland. He wants to open the Tianju ancient tomb by himself? What a joke. Since he wants to go, let him go. As long as we intercept him at the place he must pass and take the Tianju steps back, we will be able to eliminate Xiao Yang and obtain the Tianju steps. When we open the Tianju ancient tomb, everything inside will belong to the four sects. Wouldn't that be great? After the three of them spoke, a sinister smile appeared on their faces. However, they had completely forgotten about Yi Luotian. It was as if their three sects had never included him in their plans from the very beginning. Unfortunately, while the three sects had such thoughts, Yi Luotian also had such thoughts. He had purposely pointed out Xiao Yang's motive so that the three sects would intercept Xiao Yang. When the sandpiper and the clam fight, the fisherman benefits. Right now, Yi Luotian was this fisherman. Chapter 8:13. In the blink of an eye, 3 days had already passed and Xiao Yang was about to embark on his journey to the western desolated region. During these 3 days, Xiao Yang was able to enjoy a rare moment of relaxation and contentment. There was no conflict, no training, and no one to disturb him. He did not need to think about anything, and this was the first time in a long time that Xiao Yang was able to relax. During these 3 days, Xiao Yang ate and slept in the small courtyard and Jin Yaro did not leave either. His days were spent like a simple and ordinary person. He did not need to worry about how to survive and did not need to worry about others wanting to kill him. He could watch the sun rise in the morning and enjoy the sunset in the evening. It was a leisurely and carefree life. However, such leisurely days were always short. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye and now, it was time to leave. The morning light scattered across the land, gradually expelling the darkness of the night. The entire continent once again regained its vitality and was filled with vigor. Although it was only early in the morning, Yang City was already crowded with people. As the most prosperous city in this region, it was not surprising for Yang City to have such a scene. Yang City's western gate. Xiao Yang, Jin Yaro, and the rest were standing in the air. Xiao Yang was facing the east. The slowly rising sun was like a huge fireball, emitting a fiery red glow that shone on Xiao Yang's face, causing the latter's fair complexion to have an additional rosy glow. "Are you leaving already?" Dong Chuan frowned slightly. He did not expect that Xiao Yang would actually leave so early. The sun had just risen and he was already planning to leave. All of this seemed incomparably hurried and they did not seem to have done anything, nor did they have the time to do anything. Amongst the few of them, especially Jin Yaro, her pair of beautiful eyes stared at Xiao Yang in front of her. She could not even bear to blink as the latter's face was deeply engraved in her mind. She did not know when they would meet again after today. No one knew. Unknowingly, the atmosphere between the few of them gradually became heavy. After a short reunion, they had to leave in a hurry. No one could bear such a scene. "Haha, don't worry, everyone. Regardless of whether I succeed in this trip to the Western Wasteland region or not, I will return. See you then." Xiao Yang could clearly feel the heavy atmosphere at this moment. In order to not aggravate each other's feelings, he could only pretend to be relaxed and smile. Immediately, he turned around in the air and flew towards the west. "Xiao Yang." The next moment, Jin Yaro suddenly cried out involuntarily just as Xiao Yang was about to turn around. Hearing this, Xiao Yang, who had just turned around, was slightly taken aback. He raised his eyebrows slightly and then slowly turned around, looking at Jin Yarrow with a puzzled expression. "No matter what, you must come back." Jin Yarrow's pretty face flushed red. She did not expect that she would cry out. However, since things had already developed to this point, she could only blush and say the words in her heart. Xiao Yang was taken aback. Soon after, he nodded and smiled. His gaze swept across the two elders beside him as a glint flitted across the depths of his eyes. At the same time, the Dongchuan duo also nodded their heads in understanding. Only then did Xiao Yang turn around, the tip of his foot gently pushing off the air. With a leap, his figure instantly transformed into a pitch-black lightning bolt as he flew towards the western horizon at an extremely fast speed. In the short span of a few breaths, Xiao Yang's figure had already disappeared before the trio's eyes. In the sky above Yang City, three figures gazed in the direction that Xiao Yang had left in. Even though that black figure had already disappeared into the horizon, the three of them were still standing in the sky in a daze as they sent off Xiao Yang with their eyes. For the rest of the journey, Xiao Yang did not stop at all. It could be said that he did not stop at all. According to Xiao Yang's words, traveling was a method of training. He was only using his greatest ability to display this method as much as possible. On one hand, it was to hasten the journey. On the other hand, it was to train himself and to condense the Do Qi in his body. When he reached Yang City, he was already not too far away from Shoherpu. Of course, this was a straight distance. Under the condition that he did not change his course, Xiao Yang would be able to successfully reach Shoherpu in approximately 3 days. However, the first problem in front of him was the battle sect. Within the Shilin region, the western region near Shoherpu was the territory of the battle sect. In other words, if Xiao Yang wanted to reach Shoherpu, he would first have to pass through the battle sect's territory. If it was in the past, Xiao Yang would have to choose to take a detour. In that way, the time he would have to use would be delayed by a week. This would naturally delay the time that Xiao Yang needed to reach the western wasteland region. However, as of now, Xiao Yang's strength was no longer the same as before. If he wanted to pass through the battle sect's territory, he could just walk. With Xiao Yang's current speed, it was likely that even the sect leader, Wu Jitian, could not match up to him in the battle sect. 5 days after Xiao Yang left Yang City, he arrived at the battle sect's territory. Compared to the Sky Sword sect's territory, this place was not much different. However, as the area was gradually getting closer to the western wasteland region, it caused the environment to gradually become drier. One could see many people dressed in rough clothes on the streets. The temperature in the air had clearly increased. In this place, other than a few people who were strong enough, most people chose to wear fewer clothes. This would make them more comfortable. However, the change in temperature did not have much effect on Xiao Yang. With the protection of the heavenly flame, no matter how high the temperature was, it would be completely absorbed by his heavenly flame. To Xiao Yang, there was no difference as he walked through this land. Looking at the city below, Xiao Yang did not have any intention of stopping. His target was the western wasteland region. Along the way, he left all the cities far behind. This was also one of the reasons why he could reach the battle sect's territory so quickly. Swish! The sun high in the sky was like a flame, emitting an extremely hot temperature. The faces of the people on the ground were flushed red. The remaining clothes on their bodies were drenched in perspiration. Suddenly, a human figure flashed across the sky with a lightning-like speed. Soon after, a wave of strong wind attacked, causing the expressions of the people in the city below to change drastically. Such a large movement naturally attracted the attention of quite a number of strong people in the city. This was especially the case for some Do Di class experts. Their eyes involuntarily revealed a shocked expression when they saw the frightening speed of this person. At the same time, an old man wearing yellow armor in a large hall to the west suddenly sensed Xiao Yang's existence. Although he was unable to find out where Xiao Yang's strength was due to the isolation of the black robe, the latter's frightening speed similarly caused people to not dare to be careless in their hearts. Seeing that the human figure was about to arrive in front of the large hall, the expression in the yellow-robed old man's turbid eyes suddenly became stern. The sect leader had just sent a message a day ago, instructing him to intercept anyone who came from the east with the intention of passing through the territory of the battle sect. Within a short day, he had already intercepted more than 10 people. At this moment, he had met another person. Although his heart was filled with suspicion, he did not dare to easily disobey the sect leader's words. On the other side, just as Xiao Yang was swiftly flying forward, the calm empty space 1,000 feet away suddenly rippled in all directions. Circular spatial ripples swiftly spread in all directions like waves. Soon after, an old man wearing a yellow robe slowly appeared in the empty space and blocked Xiao Yang's path. Xiao Yang narrowed his eyes when he saw this. His body, which was swiftly flying forward, gradually slowed down. A coldness surged deep within his eyes. He immediately raised his eyes and faced the yellow-robed old man on the other side. "May I know who you are and why have you come to my battle sect?" Although the two of them were 1,000 feet apart, they could clearly see each other. The only thing that was lacking was that Xiao Yang's body was hidden under a large black robe, causing others to be unable to identify his true appearance. "Xiao Yang, please advise." Chapter 8:14. Swish. As soon as Xiao Yang finished speaking, he immediately took a step forward and his entire body instantly turned into a bolt of lightning. In the blink of an eye, he had already arrived in front of the yellow-robed old man. The figure in the air suddenly twisted and a heavy whip kick, wrapped in the astral wind, carried a terrifying might that seemed to be able to cut through everything, and fiercely landed on the yellow-robed old man's head. Xiao Yang did not have a good impression of the people from the 4 major sects. Since both sides had already chosen to stand on opposite sides, Xiao Yang naturally did not need to show any mercy. Every move was aimed at taking a life. This kind of battle was the most cruel. Life or death, this was the law of life. Seeing that Xiao Yang actually did not hesitate to make a move against him, the expression on the old man's face could not help but instantly change. The Do Qi in his body crazily surged. The moment the whip kick landed on the old man's head, the old man's body explosively retreated backwards. His hands reflexively blocked above his head, and the vigorous Do Qi condensed into a Do Qi shield, using it to block Xiao Yang's attack. Bang! Although the old man's reaction was not slow, in the face of Xiao Yang's sky extinction step, which could be said to be a terrifying agility Do skill, his speed still seemed to be a little slower. In the end, Xiao Yang's attack heavily landed between the old man's arms. The shield condensed from Do Qi could only block for a short moment before it broke. Immediately after, Xiao Yang's leg that was filled with power heavily bombarded the old man's arm. As the attack landed, the old man's body uncontrollably retreated backwards rapidly until he was 100 feet away. Only then did he stop in a sorry state. The old man's expression was grave as he lowered his head to look. He saw that the sleeves between his arms had been completely shattered in the collision just now. On each of his 2 skinny arms, there was a scarlet wound that could see blood. Although this old man had been caught off guard during the first collision, he was able to determine that the cultivation of Xiao Yang in front of him was likely not below his own based on this. Thinking of this, cold sweat involuntarily appeared on the old man's forehead. Recently, he had also heard about Xiao Yang. Ever since he knew that the people from the 4 major clans under the Heavenly Sword sect had disappeared together in the Shalin mountain range, his heart was filled with shock towards Xiao Yang. He had never seen such a person who was able to kill 7 Do Di experts with his own strength. This was simply inconceivable. However, now that he had seen Xiao Yang in front of him, he realized that Xiao Yang's strength was even stronger than his. Under such a comparison, the old man's heart gradually had an answer. "You are Xiao Yang?" "Yes, I am." Following the words from the yellow-robed old man's mouth, Xiao Yang was expressionless as he spoke in an indifferent tone. Hearing Xiao Yang's words, the yellow-robed old man's expression was grave as he nodded. Immediately, he flipped his palm and a light flickered in his palm. The moment a white jade scroll appeared, it was crushed by the yellow-robed old man. At the same time, numerous figures swiftly shot over from the huge buildings below. In the blink of an eye, they were already suspended in the sky and stood side by side with the yellow-robed old man. They lined up and blocked Xiao Yang's path. The expression on Xiao Yang's face did not change even a little when he saw this scene. His gaze swept over these people in front of him one by one. The corner of his mouth contained a slight smile. At this moment, there were a total of 9 elite Do Di standing in front of Xiao Yang. Other than the yellow-robed old man who was an intermediate 6-star Do Di, the rest of them were all 5-star Do Di. The weakest among them was an initial 5-star Do Di. There were even 2 advanced 5-star Do Di. This kind of lineup was sufficient to sweep aside any ordinary faction in the Western region. Even any of the 4 large sects would have to give in when faced with such a lineup. Your identity is special. How would our battle sect dare to slight you? We have already received orders from the sect leader. If we encounter Mr. Xiao Yang attempting to pass through our battle sect, we must stop you at this place no matter what. The yellow-robed, old man cupped his hands to Xiao Yang to express his respect. They had already thrown away their face by using numbers to bully such a strong person. He also did not wish to throw away the remaining face of his old self. Cuckoo, well said. Since it is the sect leader of the battle sect who has personally given the order, let them come. Coincidentally, I have just broken through to the 5-star Do Di class and do not know where my limit is. Let me see it clearly. Do you plan to come one by one, or do you plan to come together? Xiao Yang raised his eyes. The smile from a moment ago no longer existed. A sharpness surged within his dark black eyes, giving people an extremely heavy pressure. Brat, how arrogant. You are merely an intermediate 5-star Do Di. Allow me to deal with you. Xiao Yang's words had just sounded when a strong old man from the group of 9 immediately stepped forward. His face was ferocious as he looked at Xiao Yang. After the words were spat out from his mouth, a puff sound was heard. A crimson-yellow Do Chi suddenly rose from the surface of his body. At the same time, the aura and pressure that belonged to an advanced 5-star Do Di spread out from this old man's body. No wonder he was so overbearing. With the strength of an advanced 5-star Do Di, an ordinary 5-star Do Di was nothing in his eyes. However, the person he was currently facing was Xiao Yang. Ha! Soon after, the old man's body suddenly shook. At the same time that he clenched his fists tightly, his originally strong body also became a little taller at this moment. In the blink of an eye, the old man's height had already increased by hundreds of feet. Compared to the current Xiao Yang, their bodies were like an elephant and an ant. There was no way to compare them. Oh! Body training technique her. Seeing this, Xiao Yang gently raised his eyebrows. His tone was somewhat surprised as he spoke. Xiao Yang had indeed seen quite a number of experts who trained their physical bodies. However, the person in front of him was only the second person who was able to unleash the strength of his physical body to such an extent. The first person was naturally the chief of the battle martial sect, Wu Jitian. Xiao Yang, I heard that you are also a physical body cultivator. Unfortunately, it is ultimately difficult for you to achieve great things by splitting your attention into 3. We have focused on researching the strength of our physical bodies and have bitterly trained for hundreds of years. Today, the old me will let you experience the strength of our physical bodies. Following the change in his body size, the old man's voice also appeared to have an additional deep and overbearing tone. Each word that was spat out seemed to cause the entire place to tremble slightly. Such strength could really be described as terrifying. Cuckoo, in that case, please. Faced with the old man whose words were overbearing, Xiao Yang's reaction was much simpler. He stood sideways with his left hand behind his back. He merely extended his right hand with his palm facing upwards. From the looks of it, there was indeed some disdain. You're courting death. Seeing Xiao Yang's actions, the old man was instantly enraged. After so many years, Xiao Yang was the first person who dared to treat him in such a manner. However, when the yellow-robed old man saw this scene, he could not help but frown slightly. From the previous exchange between him and Xiao Yang's true battle strength was definitely not inferior to his. If this burly old man dared to show any disdain towards Xiao Yang, the outcome would probably be very miserable. Unfortunately, just as the yellow-robed old man was thinking about this, a huge fist had already landed in front of Xiao Yang. Seeing the huge fist so close to him, the smile on the corner of Xiao Yang's mouth became even wider. A dense white flame flashed in the depths of his eyes. Immediately, Xiao Yang extended his hand and clenched it toward the huge fist that was about to land. Almost at the same time, a huge palm with a clear outline was also agglomerated in front of Xiao Yang. It grabbed the huge fist that was about to land in his hand. This palm, which still appeared somewhat illusionary, was clearly the body-tempering Do technique that Xiao Yang was gradually using. Strength Elephant Skill. Xiao Yang stood in the air with his hands behind his back. His expression was calm. The wind that surged toward him automatically scattered before it reached him. The huge fist was restrained by the illusionary palm that was agglomerated from the Strength Elephant skill. In the next moment, Xiao Yang's wrist suddenly rotated. Soon after, a palm was thrown out. At the same time, the body of the advanced 5-star Do Di in front of him was also shaken until he repeatedly pulled back under Xiao Yang's palm. Chapter 8:15. The expression on the old man's face was both shocked and furious after he was forced back. He had never expected that he would actually be forced back by a little brat with his physical strength. This point really caused him to feel some disbelief. However, the truth was already placed in front of him. What could he do even if he was unwilling? Although the old man had the intention to attack, he was ultimately stopped by the 6-star Do Di. Mr. Xiao Yang's strength is indeed as rumored. It cannot be judged by your cultivation level alone. If we want to know your strength, we can only obtain information from a fight. If the 9 of us were to attack you alone, it is likely that none of us would be able to subdue you. Therefore, do you plan to attack together? Xiao Yang smiled faintly and did not mind. This point was completely within his expectations. After all, it was just as this old man had said. With the strength of these 9 people, none of them would be able to defeat Xiao Yang alone if they were to attack him alone. The only way was to cooperate with each other and attack Xiao Yang together. Formation, 6 light star. Suddenly, the yellow-robed old man let out a loud cry. Immediately, the 8 people beside him immediately obeyed the order. Each of them moved, transforming into rays of light that swiftly surrounded Xiao Yang. The 9 of them were divided into 2 layers. The outermost layer was led by 6 people. Each of them occupied a side and surrounded Xiao Yang in the form of a 6 light star. There were 3 people among the 6 people. They were the 6-star Do Di level yellow-robed old man and the other 2 late-stage 5-star Do Di level experts. There were 2 elite Do Di standing dozens of feet behind these 3 people. They were constantly protecting the safety of the former. Xiao Yang involuntarily frowned slightly in the face of such a strange formation. His gaze swept over the 3 people around him. He gently clenched his hand and the enormous black ruler immediately landed in it. A thought passed through his mind and a dense white flame immediately climbed onto it, preparing to deal with the attacks of the 3 people around him at any moment. Attack! The yellow-robed old man let out a loud cry. At this moment, the other 2 people also simultaneously mobilized the Do Chi in their bodies. With a clench of their hands, their weapons immediately appeared in their palms. Their bodies shook and the 3 of them transformed into rays of light that rapidly charged toward Xiao Yang. Xiao Yang held the huge ruler in his hand. The turbulent and surging spiritual strength between his brows wildly surged out at this moment. In an instant, the movements of the 3 people in Xiao Yang's mind had become much slower. This also allowed Xiao Yang to have the time to react. Xiao Yang did not show any mercy as he waved the enormous ruler. By relying on the overbearingness of the Force Elephant skill, Xiao Yang was able to easily tear the empty space apart each time he waved the enormous ruler in his hand. The powerful strength was able to bring about a pressure despite being a great distance away. Faced with Xiao Yang's overbearing attack, the 3 of them did not dodge. Each of them waved the weapons in their hands and heavily collided with Xiao Yang's huge ruler. Clang! After the attack, Xiao Yang's expression could not help but change slightly. He quickly retreated a few steps and his eyes could not help but reveal a trace of surprise. Xiao Yang only felt that the moment he collided with the other party, whether it was him or the surface of the weapon in his hand, there was a layer of invisible shield that protected them. Most of the power of Xiao Yang's attack was offset by that layer of invisible shield. Could this be the hexagram array that they were talking about? Xiao Yang's eyes revealed a trace of surprise. No wonder the three of them did not dodge his attack. It turned out that there was a reason. Kai. Just as Xiao Yang was thinking about this, the other two people on his left and right also brandished their weapons and slashed at him. Helpless, Xiao Yang could only temporarily choose to retreat. He brandished the huge ruler and blocked all the attacks of the three people. Xiao Yang's footsteps also kept retreating. In the end, he was actually blocked in an extremely narrow circle by the three people in front of him, causing him to be unable to advance or retreat. Damn it, I was careless. Xiao Yang cursed in his heart. He did not expect these 9 people to have some ability. The two of them each protected one person, creating a protective shield that blocked the opponent's attacks to the greatest extent. As for the 3 people in the formation, they attacked the same person from different directions. In this way, they could attack and defend at the same time. It would be difficult for the opponent to break through the formation. Looking at the current situation, this was indeed the case. Xiao Yang's attack was blocked to the greatest extent. However, Xiao Yang was unable to treat the other party's attack as nothing. After all, these people were 5-star Do Di and 6-star Do Di. Their fighting strength was already extraordinary. If Xiao Yang relied on his own fighting strength, he would be able to fight against them. However, in the current situation, he had no choice but to be careful. 6-joint body flowing ruler. Helpless, Xiao Yang let out a low cry in his heart. The 6-joint body flowing ruler was displayed. Dense white flames followed the huge ruler's movements and turned into lines of fire on Xiao Yang's divine boat. In just a few breaths' time, countless lines of fire joined together. It was like an inverted bowl, firmly protecting Xiao Yang within it. The attacks of the 3 people were also temporarily blocked because of this. A joy involuntarily surfaced in the hearts of the 3 people around him when they saw this manner of Xiao Yang. This 6-light star formation was the sect guarding treasure of their battle sect. It had helped them block quite a number of enemies. It was unexpected that it was actually able to have such a miraculous effect when facing Xiao Yang. The 6 people behind him had all practiced the top chi methods of the battle sect. They were able to merge the Do Chi of 2 people together, causing it to become even stronger. The 6 light star formation's function was to merge the Do Chi of the 6 people once again. Combining 6 into 1, its strength would be multiplied. To the outside world, its strength would be multiplied. It was likely that even a 7-star Do Di would have to avoid the Do Chi that was displayed by the combined strength of the 6 people. Unfortunately, the degree of cooperation between the 6 of them was far from reaching that level. Hence, they could only use this kind of defensive method at this moment. Even though this was the case, the result that they obtained was still extremely obvious. In the air, the 6 elite Do Di faced each other. The Do Chi within the vortex within their bodies wildly surged out and wrapped around the 3 people in the arena. This caused all of Xiao Yang's attacks to be blocked. At this moment, Xiao Yang appeared like a tortoise hiding in its shell. He did not dare to extend his head even a little, afraid that he would be killed by the sharp blade. On the other hand, the attacks from the hands of the 3 elite Do Di became increasingly sharp. From the looks of it, it seemed that Xiao Yang's 6-joint body-flowing ruler would be broken under their attacks soon. However, compared to the little excitement in the hearts of the 3 people, Xiao Yang, who was currently wrapped by the ruler's shadow, gradually became calm. Chapter 8:16. It must be said that this time around, Xiao Yang had indeed overestimated himself. However, it was also because of this that he realized his own inadequacies. Xiao Yang was still far from being able to rely on his own strength to face the strength of an entire sect. If he were to really challenge any of the 4 large sects with his current strength, his outcome would not be good. Fortunately, however, he did not do so. In this kind of situation, if Xiao Yang were to use the Great Heaven Creation Palm, he would naturally be able to break the formation of these 9 people. However, the troublesome thing was that the Great Heaven Creation Palm required a period of time to be unleashed. However, Xiao Yang was currently being held back by 3 elite Do Di. He did not have any extra time to use the Great Heaven Creation Palm. Additionally, these 3 people were joining hands to suppress him. If it was an ordinary person, It was likely that he would have long since been defeated by the combined attacks of 3 high-class elite Do Di. Hence, Xiao Yang could only be forced to be restrained by others for a short period of time. Xiao Yang was miserably blocking the attacks of the 3 people surrounding him in the air. The huge ruler was flipped and numerous dense white lines of fire agglomerated around Xiao Yang's body. The numerous lines of fire stacked and pieced together, forming a fire barrier. It was just like an inverted bowl that barely blocked the attacks of the 3 people around Xiao Yang. Clang 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 clang. This kind of fierce attack continued for a long time. However, with Xiao Yang's strong fortress-like defense, the 3 of them were unable to break it within a short period of time despite their strength. This involuntarily caused the 3 elite Do Di's to knit their brows tightly together. With the protection of the heavenly flame, Xiao Yang's defensive strength was extremely frightening. No matter what tactics the 3 of them used, they were unable to truly break through Xiao Yang's defense. Moreover, the heavenly flame itself possessed an extremely frightening destructive strength. Each time they attacked, their weapons would be stained with some flames. As time passed, the energy film that covered the 3 of them became increasingly weak. If this continued for a long time, it was likely that they would have lost this layer of defensive strength before the Do Qi in Xiao Yang's body was completely exhausted. "We can't drag this out any longer. We have to end this quickly," the yellow-robed, old man warned in a solemn voice. At the same time, the other 2 advanced 5-star Do Di also nodded heavily. Even the 6 elite Do Di behind them also exchanged glances with one another. A thought passed through their minds and the Do Qi within the vortex within their bodies began to wildly surge. Wave after wave of enormous pure Do Qi surged out from the vortex space. It followed the Qi method's route and swiftly circulated once before shooting out from the palms of the few of them. The powerful Do Qi strengthened the energy film that covered the surface of the bodies of the 3 elite Do Di. At the same time, the 3 of them also launched an even more ferocious attack toward Xiao Yang. The weapons in the hands of the 3 of them repeatedly smashed onto the heavenly flame barrier. Flames shot out and the empty space shook. Circular invisible ripples continued to spread in all directions. Numerous deafening loud noises also sounded one after another. It was just like a wave of thunder, causing one's heart to involuntarily tremble upon hearing it. Under the flames, countless number of ruler shadows flew out and blocked the attacks of the 3 of them. Xiao Yang, who was in the middle, had his eyes gently shut at this moment. The expression on his face had also recovered its calmness. After nearly 2 hours of intense collisions, Xiao Yang also discovered that although this so-called 6 light star formation possessed an extraordinary defensive ability and was able to provide an extremely strong defense for the 3 people within the formation, at the same time, the 6 of them had used all of their Do Qi to protect the 3 people in front of them. This caused the 6 of them to basically lose all of their means to protect their lives. In this kind of situation, if anything were to happen to the 6 of them, this 6 light star formation would also be broken. Of course, under normal circumstances, with the combined attacks of 3 elite Do Di, the people who were surrounded would naturally be unable to launch an attack on the 6 of them. However, the target of their encirclement this time around was Xiao Yang. The corner of Xiao Yang's mouth was slowly lifted into a cold smile. His gently shut eyes also slowly opened at this moment. A cold glint flashed deep within his eyes. With the help of the 6-joint body-flowing ruler to block, a thought passed through Xiao Yang's mind. Waves of dark black energy light spots gradually appeared in the empty space and swiftly agglomerated into a dark black tent behind Xiao Yang. This was undoubtedly the Great Way of the Void. Kai. Xiao Yang was distracted and naturally neglected the defense of the 6-joint body-flowing ruler. Immediately, the attacks of the 3 elite Do Di around him abruptly advanced by quite a lot. The fire barrier that the 6-joint body-flowing ruler had agglomerated also swiftly weakened. It was even possible to vaguely see some of the scenes within. Ha! This fellow is about to be unable to hold on any longer. Seeing this manner, the strong old man, who had been Xiao Yang's opponent earlier, immediately laughed wildly. His attacks became much more vicious. This thought also rose in the hearts of the other 2 beside him. Unknowingly, the attacks of the 3 of them had become even sharper. Each of their attacks was vicious. It seemed that they could not wait to shatter this heavenly flame barrier. However, that six-star Dodi could vaguely see that there was a black figure under the barrier that was separated from Xiao Yang's body. What is this? The old man's heart tightened slightly. He wanted to warn the two people beside him. However, it was also at this moment that the fire barrier that the six-joint body-flowing ruler had agglomerated suddenly shattered under the combined attacks of the three of them. A countless number of ruler shadows were instantly turned into fragments. The sight of the three of them also became clear at this moment. Through the fragments of the ruler shadows, the three of them could clearly see that a black tent that appeared like a wormhole was standing at the spot where Xiao Yang was originally standing. At the same time, they also clearly saw that a corner of Xiao Yang's black robe had entered the dark black tent when the ruler shadows were broken. In an instant, a faint spatial ripple was lifted around the tent. The expressions of the three of them also stiffened at this moment. Bang! Soon after, before the three of them could recover, the muffled sound of a heavy object colliding with a human body suddenly sounded. Only then did the minds of the three of them suddenly shake. By the time they recovered, they were just about to turn around and rescue the six people when a black figure suddenly charged toward them. The three of them were startled. They basically reflexively sent the black figure that was charging toward them flying with a blow. They immediately focused their eyes and took a look. Only then did they angrily discover that the black figure that they had sent flying was actually one of the 6 5-star Dodi. However, at this moment, he had first received a heavy blow from Xiao Yang. Now, he had been injured by one of his own. Although he did not die, he was already close to being seriously injured. Damn it, why is this fellow, bang bang bang. However, just as the three of them had recovered, a series of explosive sounds resounded beside their ears. Immediately, numerous black figures shot toward the three of them at a strange speed. At this moment, the three of them no longer dared to randomly injure others. They received the few of them one by one. However, when it was the last person's turn, Xiao Yang withdrew the heavy Shen ruler. The expression on his face had also become unusually cold. Although he was not afraid of this 6-star formation, the existence of this battle formation was ultimately a problem. If Xiao Yang wanted to break this battle formation, the best method now was to kill one of the 6 people, causing them to be unable to form the 6-star formation. In this way, this battle formation would collapse on its own without being attacked and would no longer be able to do anything. With a flip of his right hand, Xiao Yang opened his palm. Taking advantage of the instant when the 5-star Dodi recovered, his palm heavily landed on the latter's chest. Heart-shattering palm. When the palm landed, the latter's body immediately shot backward uncontrollably. The human figure flew through the empty air and drew a beautiful parabola. At the same time, bright red fresh blood was involuntarily spat out from the latter's mouth. It was like a rain of blood that poured down. Seeing the human figure flying over, the expressions of the 3 people behind changed slightly. They were just about to step forward and catch him when Xiao Yang's raised right hand suddenly tightened. Explode! A low cry was emitted from Xiao Yang's heart. At the same time, the chest of the elite Dodi who flew backward suddenly exploded. Fresh blood spurted out. His entire physical body and even his soul were completely destroyed by this palm of Xiao Yang's. He could be said to be completely dead. Chapter 8:17. Xiao Yang only used an instant to finish off these 6 people. With the great way of the void in front, Xiao Yang did not need to pause at all. At the same time that he finished off one person, Xiao Yang's figure had already appeared beside another person. Now that the 3 elite Dodi had completely recovered, the only people who were still standing steadily in the air were the 3 of them and Xiao Yang. Are you a human or a ghost? Are you a human or a ghost? The 3 of them were incomparably shocked in their hearts. No matter how they thought about it, they had never imagined that the 6 light star formation that they were most proud of would actually be broken by Xiao Yang so quickly. This was really shocking. On the other side, Xiao Yang coldly smiled when he heard this. This 6 light star formation was indeed extraordinary. However, in front of his great way of the void, it was full of loopholes. The 3 of you, do you still intend to continue? Xiao Yang crossed his hands in front of his chest and revealed a smile as he looked at the 3 people in front of him. A thought passed through his mind and 2 more tents were agglomerated in the air beside him. Seeing this scene, the 3 of them involuntarily felt a chill in their hearts. The strength of the Great Way. At a glance, they recognized the tents that Xiao Yang had displayed. However, it was also because of this that the 3 of them, who were originally quite afraid of Xiao Yang, did not dare to act rashly at this moment. They had personally seen the 6 5-star Do Di fall one by one in front of Xiao Yang. One of them had even died here because of him. In today's battle, their battle sect could be said to have been completely defeated. If they continued to be entangled like this, they could not guarantee what the outcome would be. If they were to accidentally throw themselves into the battle, that kind of outcome was something that they would not be able to accept. What should we do now? At this moment, that strong-looking old man also knit his brows tightly as he threw his gaze toward that 6-star Do Di. The sect leader was not present. Currently, only the latter could give orders. With the current situation of the battle, whether or not they should attack was entirely up to the latter to decide. Hearing this, the yellow-robed old man's frown deepened. The expression on his old face was as gloomy as water. His breathing had also become incomparably heavy. Xiao Yang's combat strength was much more terrifying than he had expected. Previously, the 9 of them were unable to defeat Xiao Yang even when they joined forces. Moreover, the latter had already broken through their 6-point star array. It would be even more difficult to suppress him. Now that he thought about it, he could only let Xiao Yang leave. Grand Elder, why don't we mobilize the rest of the sect and combine our strength? We'll definitely be able to stop Xiao Yang here. When the time comes, we'll just have to wait for the sect master to return. No. Before the words of the other 5-star Do Di sounded, the yellow-robed old man revealed a dignified expression as he denied it. The entire sect's strength. You want my battle sect to use the entire sect to stop Xiao Yang alone? Even the 9 of us Do Di were unable to trap him. Do you think that with the strength of our entire sect, we would be able to successfully stop him with just our numbers? I think that you have become muddle-headed, the yellow-robed old man reprimanded. That person hurriedly shut his mouth when he heard this. He did not dare to say anything else. Let him leave. It was a long while later before the yellow-robed old man's face was gloomy as he spat out these words with great unwillingness. Grand Elder, but if the sect master returns, let's do it this way. I'll talk to the sect master. But now, we can't make any more unnecessary sacrifices. If we're not even willing to protect our own disciples, then are we still worthy of being elders? If the sect wants to prosper, us teachers are the most important part. We cannot lose the big picture for the small. The yellow-robed old man narrowed his eyes as he spoke with a deep expression. After hearing these words, the 2 old men beside him immediately revealed ashamed expressions. Over the years, although they were in the upper echelons of the sect, they indeed did not manage any affairs. As they grew older, they naturally enjoyed more leisure and even slacked off on their cultivation. As for the disciples in the sect, they could not be bothered with them at all. In their hearts, they did not care about their lives at all. They only felt that they were in the upper echelons of the sect and should be treated with respect by everyone. Only at this moment, after the words of the yellow-robed old man sounded, did they suddenly realize that the foundation of the sect was originally those disciples. Mr. Xiao Yang is indeed worthy of being a dragon among men. After seeing you today, the old me also admires you greatly. Unfortunately, our positions are different and we are destined to be unable to be friends. Today's battle was lost at the combat sect. Mister, please go ahead. After musing for a moment, the yellow-robed old man once again turned his gaze toward Xiao Yang. He cupped his hands together and spoke with a smile. Finally, he opened up a path for Xiao Yang in front of the 2 people beside him. Although the 2 of them were extremely unwilling, they finally moved aside when they saw the stern expression on the Grand Elder's face. Cuckoo, looks like you are also a reasonable person. Since this is the case, I will thank you first. Seeing this, Xiao Yang also cupped his hands together and returned the greeting. As the saying goes, one does not hit a smiling person. The latter had a friendly appearance and Xiao Yang could not add insult to it. Although Xiao Yang's attack was vicious in the battle earlier, the The combat sect still had the desire to kill Xiao Yang here. If one were to really talk about it, both parties were about the same. It was the pot calling the kettle black. Xiao Yang's body slowly flew forward in front of the smiling eyes of the yellow-robed, old man. He passed through the three of them and headed west. Just as Xiao Yang was about to pass by the three of them, the expression of the other five-star Do Di suddenly became fierce. He ignored the yellow-robed, old man's words to stop him and suddenly launched an attack at Xiao Yang. Bang! However, just as this five-star Do Di was about to attack, a fist instantly smashed into his abdomen. Although no Do Chi was used, that frightening force instantly scattered the Do Chi agglomerated within the vortex of this five-star Do Di. His body also flew back by 100 steps uncontrollably. Soon after, he raised his head and looked at Xiao Yang with a flushed face. Both of his eyes were filled with fear. "Cuckoo, looks like this elder of your esteemed sect does not wish for me to leave." In the blink of an eye, Xiao Yang's body had already returned to his original position. At a glance, it appeared as though he had never left that spot. Xiao Yang smiled slightly. The expression on his face gradually became cold. His gaze shifted away from the five-star Do Di in the distance and looked at the yellow-robed, old man. "Fang Zerue, come back immediately." The yellow-robed, old man's expression was gloomy. His gaze instantly looked at the five-star Do Di as he cried out in a low and deep voice. The latter's heart immediately tightened when he heard this. He did not expect that Xiao Yang would actually be able to launch such a sharp attack in that kind of situation just now. Originally, he had wanted to use this opportunity to give Xiao Yang a heavy blow. He might even be able to keep the latter here. However, he did not expect that the ending would actually be like this. At this moment, the yellow-robed, old man's heart was similarly filled with fury. In his heart, he thought, it would still be fine if this fellow had really injured Xiao Yang. However, from the looks of it, he did not even manage to gain the slightest advantage from his sneak attack. Was this not throwing away the face of his battle sect in front of so many people? His sneak attack had failed and he had even allowed the other party to turn the tables on him. If this matter were to spread, he would become a laughingstock. "Mr. Xiao Yang, please go ahead." Turning his head around, the yellow-robed, old man quickly withdrew his emotions. The body under the yellow robe trembled slightly, indicating that his heart was not calm at this moment. Seeing this, Xiao Yang smiled slightly. It was as though he did not care at all. With a turn of his body, he instantly used the heaven art under his feet. In the blink of an eye, he had already disappeared from the sight of the three people. After that, the yellow-robed, old man turned his extremely gloomy gaze toward Fang Zerue. The expression on his old face was so gloomy that it was frightening. If he had the ability, he really wished that he could slap this fellow to death here. However, at this moment, what could he do to him? He was after all an elder of the sect. After letting out a long sigh, the yellow-robed, old man waved his sleeves violently. He could only helplessly turn his head and leave. Chapter 818. 2 days later, at the border between the Shilin region and the Western Wastelands region. Looking down from high up in the sky, yellow sand was densely packed. Sand and dust flew in the air under the desolate wind, causing sand and rocks to fly, causing one's breathing to become sluggish. Looking towards the west, one could only see an endless desolate desert. This stretch of yellow sand did not have any signs of life. Looking back, one could only see a stretch of verdant green at the end of one's line of sight, separating the yellow sand from the world there. Looking directly below, one could see a dilapidated ancient city sitting in the middle of the yellow sand. In this vast desert, the appearance of this ancient city was extremely conspicuous. Even though this city was also yellow, at least the human flow within it could always bring a glimmer of hope to those who were lost in the desert. Even though this city was located in the middle of the desert, the degree of prosperity within it was not inferior to some of the large cities in the Shilin region. At the very least, just from the human flow, the degree of prosperity of this city was likely something that even Xian City could not compare with. The city walls were dilapidated, and the wind and sand rushed into the city from the outside like a group of bandits, wildly wreaking havoc in the city. Unfortunately, The people in the city turned a blind eye to this as they continued to walk on their own. The clothes of the people in the city appeared to be rather valiant. The men were basically bare-chested, and all of them had bronze skin. Their bodies were well built, and when the wind and sand blew over, it could even emit extremely soft collision sounds when it hit their bodies. It was as if they had collided with a rock, and were forcefully repelled away. Even the women in the city were bold and unrestrained. Their characters were especially boorish, and they only wore short clothes that covered the important parts of their bodies, making them look extremely eye-catching. However, since they were able to walk in this place, these women were naturally not flower vases. Anyone who saw them would be somewhat fearful. Hence, although there were quite a number of experts in this city, and the number of domineering people who were usually uncountable, the order in this place was much better than what most people imagined in their hearts. The human flow in the city was not considered crowded, and it was even extremely loose. The reason why it was said to be bustling was because of the flow of people here. Every time someone entered the city, there would be someone leaving at the same time. Often, this cycle would repeat, causing the entire city to always be in a relatively balanced state. This was something that other cities could not compare to, and it was also this point that made this city bustling. Is this Sand River shop? Xiao Yang's gaze descended from high up in the sky. It slowly swept over the noisy city below. His eyes, which had already turned dark black, involuntarily revealed a surprised expression. Within this short period of time, under the probing of Xiao Yang's spiritual strength, there were actually no less than 10 elite Do Di presences within this Sand River shop. The strongest among them had actually reached the strength of a 7-star Do Di. When Xiao Yang's spiritual strength probed, the latter seemed to have discovered his existence. It is indeed worthy of being an important passageway that connects the Shalin region and the Western Wasteland region. There are really quite a number of strong people here. Xiao Yang involuntarily smacked his lips. His heart also involuntarily sighed. Just these 10 elite Do Di alone would be able to form a powerful faction within the Shalin region. The Western region was really filled with hidden dragons and crouching tigers. Xiao Yang's body moved. He ceased hesitating. Since he had already come, he naturally wanted to experience the bustling Sand River shop. At the same time, at a certain spot in the city below, a black-robed old man with an amiable face could not help but frown slightly. A surprise involuntarily flashed across his turbid old eyes. Who is this little fellow? He has actually already become a rank 3 alchemist at such a young age. Even his cultivation has advanced at the same time, reaching the 5-star Do Di level. Hiss, why have I never heard of such a person in the Western region? In the blink of an eye, Xiao Yang's body had already landed in the Sand River shop below. Standing in the middle of the street, Xiao Yang, who was wearing a long black robe, immediately attracted the somewhat strange gazes of the passers-by on the street. The weather in this area had already become extremely dry and hot. The high temperature in the air was not something that an ordinary person could easily endure. Even these passers-by who were hurrying along were constantly exhausting the Do Qi in their bodies to resist the high temperature of the world despite their appearances not changing. Even some of the fire affinity practitioners were similarly frowning slightly as perspiration surfaced on their foreheads. However, looking at Xiao Yang's current state, not only was he wearing a black robe that covered his entire body under the black robe, but there was also such a high temperature above his head, not even a trace of perspiration could be seen on his face. This was really difficult to imagine. Just how did he do it? Xiao Yang could only quietly laugh in his heart at this. He could not possibly tell them that he possessed a divine object like the heavenly flame. The heavenly flame was the hottest flame in this world. With it around, this little bit of temperature had long been ignored by Xiao Yang. How could it affect him? Xiao Yang gently shrugged his shoulders. His feet moved as he walked along the street in front of him. He aimlessly walked forward. His gaze swept over the shops on both sides. Xiao Yang appeared to be deep in thought. After hurrying for a few days, Xiao Yang planned to rest here for a night and purchase a map of the Western Wastelands. After all, the Western Wastelands was a vast desert. Without the guidance of a map, Xiao Yang did not think that he would be able to easily enter and exit it. When he thought of the map, Xiao Yang's mind involuntarily recalled the scene back then in the Taiga Desert. Back then, Xiao Yang had met Hai Buodong for the first time in that place. At the same time, it was also because he had purchased the map that Xiao Yang had found one of the map fragments left behind by the purifying demonic Lotus Saint. However, he did not know if he would be as lucky as he was back then this time around. Some anticipation involuntarily surged in Xiao Yang's heart when he thought of this. It seemed that there was a fortuitous encounter waiting for him in an inconspicuous small dilapidated house in front of him. Of course, there were very few coincidental fortuitous encounters in this world. Take Xiao Yang for example. After swiftly passing through a couple of streets with excitement in his heart, he ultimately did not find any fortuitous encounter. This kind of result caused Xiao Yang to mock himself. It was because he was too obsessed with the so-called fortuitous encounter that things would go in the opposite direction when they reached an extreme. The greater his expectations, the greater his disappointment would be. Fortunately, Xiao Yang clearly understood this logic in his heart. He mocked himself and shook his head. Xiao Yang faced the sky and let out a long sigh. He involuntarily laughed bitterly in his heart. It was at this moment that Xiao Yang suddenly saw 4 blurry black figures swiftly flying over from the eastern sky. Xiao Yang's heart suddenly trembled when he saw these 4 black figures. In an instant, an extremely great pressure surged into Xiao Yang's heart. The Do Qi within the vortex within his body also quietly surged at this moment. It swiftly flowed into the Qi paths within his body. After circulating a couple of times, it agglomerated in Xiao Yang's palm. A dense white flame fiercely rose deep within his eyes. The expression on Xiao Yang's face also became solemn because of this. From the looks of it, the matter today would not only not bring him any surprise, but would instead bring him endless shock. At the same time, the black-robed old man at a certain spot in the city also raised his eyebrows in surprise. His turbid eyes instantly looked towards the location of the 4 people in the east. Why have they come here? Chapter 8:19. Western Region, Shohi Pai. At this moment, Xiao Yang was raising his head with a solemn expression on a street where there were fewer people in the city. His gaze stared intently at the eastern sky where 4 black figures were swiftly growing larger. Within a short couple of breaths, the appearance of the few black figures gradually became clear. The person leading them was wearing a golden robe and a golden crown on his head. He held a 7-foot-long golden walking stick in his hand. This person's entire body was emitting a golden light, appearing just like a sun in the sky. Fortunately, this sun did not emit a frighteningly high temperature. On his right was a burly, dark-skinned old man wearing armor. The old man's face was ferocious, causing one to not dare to look directly at him. The muscles all over his body gave one an extremely impactful visual experience. The invisible overbearing aura that was emitted from him caused one to tremble with fear. It was as though this empty space would be shattered by him if one was careless. It was quite shocking. On the right was a skinny old man who was also wearing a golden robe. His eyes were sharp. His sharp eyes appeared as though they were about to cut the empty space apart. The invisible aura that was emitted from him shot to the sky. It was just like a treasure sword that stood between the sky and the earth, incomparably sharp. The person on the right was an old man in a linen robe. His face appeared quite amiable when compared to the other 3, causing one to feel a kind of amiable feeling at first glance. His pair of shady old eyes were filled with a kind expression. He was just like an old grandfather who stood aloof from worldly affairs. Of course, since he was able to stand shoulder to shoulder with the 3 people beside him, no one would think that he was an ordinary old man. These 4 people were the sect leaders of the 4 large sects of the Western region. From left to right, they were Chen Zhen from the God Refining sect, Wu Zhitian from the Battle Martial sect, Jian Ming from the Sky Sword sect, and Yi Luotian from the Withered Leaf sect. Xiao Yang's heart involuntarily felt startled at the sudden arrival of these 4 people. He had indeed thought that these few fellows would chase after him. However, he did not expect them to reach this place so quickly. It seemed that these 4 clans had already been alerted by his breakthrough to the 5-star Do Di class. Xiao Yang's swift growth caused the 4 large sects to feel an unprecedented pressure. Once Xiao Yang truly grew, his cultivation would be at the same level as theirs. At that time, it was likely that even if the four large sects joined hands, they would have difficulty dealing with Xiao Yang. Therefore, they needed to completely eliminate him before the storm arrived. At this point, the four great sects could no longer care about their reputation. If they could not deal with Xiao Yang, not to mention their reputation, it was hard to say if there would still be a place for them in the Western region in the future. How could they continue to remain silent? A thought passed through Xiao Yang's mind, and the dark black heavy Shen ruler immediately landed in Xiao Yang's hand. The tip of the ruler fell and emitted a kai sound of breaking air. Finally, the moment the huge ruler landed, it left behind an enormous deep pit on the street. Almost at the same time, Xiao Yang's body suddenly rushed high into the sky. He transformed into a dark black ray of light. When his body came to a stop, he had already appeared opposite of the four people. The faces of these four people did not reveal any surprise at Xiao Yang's appearance. This seemed to be within their expectations. After all, they had already noticed the latter's existence when Xiao Yang had discovered them. Xiao Yang did not have any possibility of escaping in the face of four elite Do Di class experts. Stepping forward to fight was perhaps his best route of retreat. For sect leaders, how have you been? Xiao Yang's expression was ice-cold as he stood high in the sky. The huge ruler in his hand rotated slightly. The huge ruler was swung horizontally until it was level with Xiao Yang's arm. Immediately, a puff sound was heard as a fierce thick white flame rose from the huge ruler. Xiao Yang's gaze slowly swept over the four people in front of him. When it flashed past Yi Luotian, his eyes involuntarily paused. Others might not know, but he clearly understood that on the surface, Yi Luotian appeared to be the weakest amongst the four. However, Xiao Yang understood that if they were to truly fight, it was likely that Yi Luotian's strength would shock everyone present. A light flickered deep within Yi Luotian's shady old eyes when he saw Xiao Yang's gaze shooting over. However, he subconsciously dodged it. Only when they sensed this did the three beside him ignore him. The other three sects also held some doubts in their hearts when it came to Yi Luotian. After all, as one of the four great sects, the Withered Leaf sect was not as imposing and overbearing as the other three sects. They usually acted as if they were a good person. Everyone involuntarily thought in their hearts, could such a sect really stand among the four great sects? However, the truth was often like this, and it surpassed everyone's expectations. However, it was also because of this that the other three of the four great sects, although they were filled with disdain toward the Withered Leaf sect, at the same time, they were more or less afraid of them. At times, the truly frightening thing was not necessarily the powerful strength that had already been revealed. Often, it was those who appeared ordinary but were filled with mystery, just like the Withered Leaf sect. Perhaps it was because of this that the three great sects did not dare to make a move against the Withered Leaf sect. Otherwise, with such a large piece of cake in front of them, they would have long fought over it. Xiao Yang, it is likely that we have not met for over 10 years since the last time we parted. The first to speak was Chen Zhun from the Refinement sect. Amongst the four great sects, the Refinement sect was the strongest. Hence, when the four great sects joined forces, the Refinement sect would be in charge of everything. After so many years, the four of you have indeed not forgotten about my sky extinction step. Xiao Yang parted his mouth into a cold smile. His feet moved while the words were spat out from his mouth. The sky extinction steps was unleashed. In an instant, the black-robed Xiao Yang's body rushed forward by over 1,000 feet. When they saw Xiao Yang's frightening speed, even the four great sect leaders could not help but secretly feel shocked in their hearts. With the growth of his strength, the advantage in terms of speed had also become increasingly obvious after he had practiced the sky extinction steps. The current Xiao Yang's strength was merely that of a 5-star Do Di. However, even so, his speed was still a little faster than the four of them. Just this point alone was enough to show how frightening the sky extinction steps was. Xiao Yang, your speed is indeed frightening. However, you should also clearly understand that the people standing in front of you are the sect leaders of the four great sects. If it was one-on-one, you might have some ability to retaliate. However, in front of the four of us, do you think that you will be able to escape even if you have the sky extinction steps? Seeing Xiao Yang's sudden eruption of frightening speed, Chen Zhen clearly understood in his heart that Xiao Yang was merely borrowing the terror of the sky extinction steps to intimidate the four of them. Unfortunately, he had lived for so many years. Chen Zhen was also a shrewd old man. He had seen through Xiao Yang's intention at a glance. Hearing these words, Xiao Yang's heart could not help but sink a little. Both of his eyes narrowed. Only then did he speak. Looks like the four of you are planning to join forces to deal with me just like back then. Haha, I am really honored. Don't say such useless things. Since we have come to find you, we are naturally prepared to join forces. No matter what you say today, you must hand over the sky extinction step. Chen Zhen once again sneered. His words that were filled with ridicule fell. At the same time, the golden walking stick in his hand heavily knocked on the invisible space. Immediately, a circle of golden light swiftly spread out from the bottom of the walking stick. In the blink of an eye, it had already covered the entire sky above the Sand River. Moreover, it condensed into a huge formation at a speed visible to the naked eye. Xiao Yang, this large formation is something that this old man has personally prepared for you. Today, even if you have the sky extinction steps, you are destined to be unable to escape. Chapter 820. Xiao Yang's heart sank when he saw the rapidly spreading golden light under his feet. Numerous mysterious symbols were gradually becoming clearer within the golden light. The dou qi in his body began to circulate wildly as he waved the giant ruler in his hand in an attempt to retreat. However, it was also at this moment that four streams of light swiftly shot over from Xiao Yang's side. In the blink of an eye, they had surrounded Xiao Yang. The four of them had surrounded Xiao Yang in an encirclement. The entire sky above Sha He Pai had already become their encirclement. Xiao Yang, I advise you to obediently leave with us. It will save you the trouble of putting up a pointless struggle. That will only cause you to send yourself to a dead end. Chen Zhen gripped the golden staff in his hand as he spoke in a deep voice with a dignified expression. At the same time, the other three also released their pressuring auras and pressured Xiao Yang in an attempt to intimidate Xiao Yang's heart. Sect leader Chen's words are a little laughable. Don't tell me that my current predicament is not because of your actions. What dead end? I'm afraid that you have no intention of giving me a way out. Since you wish to attack, why waste your breath? Just come at me directly. I will gladly accept your challenge. Xiao Yang laughed coldly. During all these years, the four large sects had never given up on investigating him. Xiao Yang did not believe that they would let him off after obtaining the sky extinction steps. This was especially the case for this old bastard Yi Luotian. He acted one way on the surface and another behind his back, causing others to feel that he was extremely dangerous. If Lung Bingshuang had not intervened in time back at the Shilin mountain range, it was likely that Xiao Yang would have already lost his life. Forget about the latter not letting him off, even Xiao Yang would not let Yi Luotian off. Additionally, there was also Chen Zhen and Wu Jitian. These two fellows had nearly caused Luo Jin to meet with an accident back then. Xiao Yang had always kept this matter in his heart. As for Jian Ming, there was even less need to be said. In short, the current relationship between Xiao Yang and these four great sects had already reached a point where they would not rest until one of them was dead. Unless these four great sects were completely removed from the western region, Xiao Yang would definitely not let this matter rest. However, the thing that caused Xiao Yang to feel troubled was that the four great sect leaders were gathered. Xiao Yang did not think that he had the ability to face four high-class Dou Di alone. Currently, he could only think of a way to withdraw from this place. This was the most important thing. Attack. Capture him. Jian Ming let out a low cry. Xiao. Following this low cry, the other three nodded in unison. They exchanged glances with each other. Soon after, they prepared to attack Xiao Yang. Xiao Yang held the huge ruler in his hand. A fierce flame covered it. The heavenly flame within his body also surged out wildly at this moment. It swiftly agglomerated into a heavenly flame armor on the surface of his body. However, just as the four people around Xiao Yang were about to launch an attack at him, the empty space in front of Xiao Yang suddenly became distorted. The hearts of the four people were startled when they saw this. They were just about to step forward. They paused in their original spot. After which, a black-robed old man with an amiable face appeared in front of the few of them in front of their gazes. The few people from the 4 great sects immediately frowned when they saw this old man appear. This was especially the case when their gazes landed on the badge on the chest of the old man. The faces of the 4 people instantly revealed an extremely ugly expression. That badge was the badge of an alchemist. If he was just an ordinary alchemist, it would naturally not be worth the 4 of them revealing such ugly expressions. However, at that moment, on the alchemist badge that this seemingly ordinary old man wore on his chest, there were 5 genuine-looking medicinal pills engraved on it. These 5 elixirs represented the identity of this old man. A rank 5 alchemist. Rank 5 alchemist. You are from the Alchemist Alliance. There is only one rank 5 alchemist in the Alchemist Alliance of the Western region. That is the Vice President of the Alchemist Alliance. Therefore, you are the Vice President of the Alchemist Alliance, Han Dong. Chen Zhen and the other 3 people stared intently at the black-robed old man who had appeared in front of Xiao Yang at this moment. Their expressions were solemn as they spoke. When these words were spoken, Xiao Yang, who was behind the old man, could not help but raise his eyebrows. He felt extremely astonished in his heart. He had never met this old man in front of him before. Yet, the latter actually stood up for him. This caused one to feel suspicious. Cuckoo, I am really honored to be able to let the 4 sect leaders remember my name. Hearing this, the black-robed old man smiled faintly. His hand gently stroked his beard as his gaze swept over the 4 people in front of him. After which, he looked at Xiao Yang behind him. No wonder young friend is able to raise his Do Chi and alchemist skills to such a level at such a young age. It is actually Mr. Xiao Yang. Your great name is like thunder to the ears of the old me. Han Dong cupped his hands toward Xiao Yang. The latter hurriedly returned the greeting upon seeing this. Junior Xiao Yang greets elder. The person in front of him was a rank 5 alchemist and was also the vice president of the Alchemist Alliance. When facing him, even Xiao Yang had to withdraw his arrogant character. Cuckoo, young friend Xiao Yang need not stand on ceremony. The reason the old me has come this time around is to invite Mr. Xiao Yang to my Alchemist Alliance for a while. May I know what you think? Han Dong glanced at the 4 sect leaders from the corner of his eyes. After which, he looked at Xiao Yang and smiled as he spoke. Hearing these words, the expression on Xiao Yang's face was slightly stunned. He could not help but feel a little surprised in his heart. This old man was the vice president of the Alchemist Alliance. Why would he look for a 5-star Do Di like him? Or could it be that he had taken a fancy to his alchemist skills? Thinking of this, Xiao Yang's eyes immediately brightened. He seemed to have thought of something in his heart. He remembered that back in the southern region's savage ancient city, that rank 3 alchemist, Ju Tai, had joined the Alchemist Alliance because he was a rank 3 alchemist. Back then, Ju Tai had once told him that the Alchemist Alliance would take the initiative to invite some people with great alchemist talent to join the Alchemist Alliance. At the same time, it would increase his own strength and also provide an additional protective umbrella for the alchemists themselves. It was because of the Alchemist Alliance that Ju Tai did not have to worry so much when he did things. At the same time, it also reduced a lot of unnecessary trouble for him. Currently, Xiao Yang was also in such a situation. The 4 large sects had joined hands and sealed off all of Xiao Yang's escape routes. If it was just him alone, it would be impossible for him to escape from their encirclement. However, Han Dong's appearance might be able to turn the situation around. With the Alchemist Alliance taking action, even the 4 large sects would have to think twice before taking action. However, it was still unknown whether they would be able to block these 4 people. Currently, this was only the first time that Xiao Yang and Han Dong had met. Logically speaking, the latter would definitely not offend the 4 large sects because of him. If this was the case, it was likely that he could only rely on himself for today's matter. Mr. Xiao Yang need not worry too much. You can rest assured and leave these 4 to the old me. Appearing to have seen through Xiao Yang's thoughts, Han Dong smiled faintly. He turned his gaze and looked at the 4 people behind him. Chapter 8:21. A few silhouettes stood in the middle of the sandy river, where the wind and sand were flying high in the sky. Chairman Han, what do you mean by this? You should know that Xiao Yang is a person that our 4 large sects have named to capture. As the deputy chairman of the Alchemist Alliance, don't tell me that you wish to intervene in this matter. Chen Zhen's face was gloomy. The 4 of them had naturally heard Han Dong's words clearly. The latter's calm appearance simply showed that he did not put their 4 great sects in his eyes. How could they endure such a contemptuous attitude from the latter? As Chen Zhen's words fell, the other 3 people beside him also cast their gazes towards Han Dong. The expressions on their faces were also unusually gloomy. They had waited for this day for so long. Finally, they could capture Xiao Yang and obtain the Sky Extinction Steps. The Sky Extinction Ancient Tomb could also be opened. At that time, the 4 great sects would divide the natural treasures in the Sky Extinction Ancient Tomb. Wouldn't that be wonderful? However, at this moment, Han Dong's sudden intervention had pushed Xiao Yang, the duck that was already cooked, away from them. The distance between them and the Sky Extinction Ancient Tomb had also been pulled apart. This time, they were willing to accept it. 4 sect leaders, the reason why you have captured young friend Xiao Yang is none other than to obtain the Sky Extinction Steps on him and open the Sky Extinction Ancient Tomb. Why must you bitterly force him and insist on killing him? Han Dong smiled and shook his head. He gently stroked his beard with one hand and smiled faintly. Ch, he killed hundreds of people from my sect. Do you want me to just let this matter go? Jian Ming's eyes were filled with killing intent as he stared at Xiao Yang. His face was filled with anger. The extremely powerful aura in his body was constantly surging at this moment. The invisible void was violently fluctuating. Sect leader Jian Ming's words are too ridiculous. The 4 great clans under your Sky Sword sect have tried to kill me several times. I only killed them to protect myself. Their deaths were brought upon by themselves. If you want to pursue the matter to the end, it seems to be because of the bounty issued by your 4 great sect. Xiao Yang crossed his arms over his chest when he heard Jian Ming's words. His face was filled with ridicule as he spoke. You. Jian Ming gritted his teeth. His old face was flushed red from anger, and the muscles at the corner of his eyes could not help but twitch violently. Although he wanted to say something, he realized that he could not say anything. Vice Guild Leader Han, today's matter has nothing to do with the Alchemist Alliance. I hope that Vice Guild Leader can give us some face and not let a Tier 3 alchemist affect our relationship. Chen Zhen stood up and bowed respectfully to Han Dong. The tone of his voice was quite respectful. Although Han Dong was slightly weaker than them in terms of cultivation, he was a true Class 5 alchemist when it came to alchemy. Even returnance experts, who were more powerful than him, would treat him with respect, so they obviously could not be careless. My Alchemist Alliance should not have interfered in today's matter, but Mr. Xiao Yang's accomplishments as an alchemist are the only one I have seen in so many years. You have become a Class 3 alchemist at such a young age, so I hope that we can invite Mr. Xiao Yang to join our Alchemist Alliance. Han Dong once again turned around after his voice sounded. His face was filled with a peaceful smile as he looked at Xiao Yang behind him. His eyes seemed to be telling Xiao Yang that as long as he joined the Alchemist Alliance, the former would be willing to help him block these 4 people. Xiao Yang involuntarily laughed in his heart when he sensed the intention of the old man in front of him. Could the old man's actions be considered coercion and temptation? Of course, even if Han Dong did not do such a thing, Xiao Yang obviously would not turn down the Alchemist Alliance's invitation. After all, the Alchemist Alliance was directly related to the Pill Tower. It was a place that all the alchemists on the continent yearned to join. All the truly powerful alchemists on the Yuanwu continent gathered there. As an alchemist, being able to compete with them would be a great fortune without a doubt. As a result, Xiao Yang actually hoped that he would receive an invitation from the Alchemist Alliance one day. However, he had never thought that the person who would invite him would actually be the vice president of the Alchemist Alliance. On the other side, the expressions in the eyes of the 4 sect leaders involuntarily hardened when they heard the words that were spat out from Han Dong's mouth. Although they had already guessed the reason why Han Dong had intervened for Xiao Yang, their hearts still felt incomparably shocked when they heard Han Dong personally say it. Xiao Yang's talent was actually able to move the people of the Alchemist Alliance. As the vice president of the Alchemist Alliance and a rank 5 alchemist, Han Dong had personally stepped forward for Xiao Yang. Just based on this point, one could see how important Xiao Yang was to Han Dong. Indeed, such a young rank 3 alchemist was an extremely rare existence even in the central region, let alone the western region, which was a barren land on the continent. The fact that a rank 3 alchemist was born here proved that his ability was definitely not something that an ordinary rank 3 alchemist could compare with. Once Xiao Yang joined the Alchemist Alliance, his status would also change accordingly. At that time, Xiao Yang would represent the Alchemist Alliance and not just himself. With Han Dong in front, if Xiao Yang really agreed to join the Alchemist Alliance, wouldn't this mean that there would immediately be a huge monster behind Xiao Yang to protect him? Moreover, this monster's background was not the slightest bit inferior to their 4 great sects. Moreover, from a certain point of view, the Alchemist Alliance was even more powerful than their 4 great sects. Once both sides entered into a hostile relationship, they did not even have to think about the final outcome. Haha, perhaps the words just now were not official enough. Now, I, Han Dong, as the vice president of the Alchemist Alliance, formally invite Mr. Xiao Yang to join our Alchemist Alliance. Han Dong's eyes narrowed as he stared at Xiao Yang in front of him. His shriveled hand flipped in the air and a metal badge that was different from an ordinary alchemist badge appeared in Han Dong's palm. This is, Xiao Yang gently raised his eyebrows. This was a special badge that was issued by the Alchemist Alliance. Anyone who held this badge would receive the protection of the Alchemist Alliance. Even ordinary alchemists had to respectfully greet them when they saw them. This was a symbol of status and also a display of one's status. Mr. Xiao Yang, as long as you are willing to join our Alchemist Alliance, from now on, this badge will belong to you. At the same time, the Alchemist Alliance also has the obligation to protect your safety. After Han Dong's words sounded, his gaze turned and the expression in his eyes immediately became stern. His gaze swept across Chen Zhen and the other 3, as if he was intentionally warning them. When he heard these words, Xiao Yang's heart involuntarily moved. He hesitated for a moment. After which, under the resentful gazes of Chen Zhen and the other 3, he gently smiled and nodded, saying the Alchemist Alliance is the place that every alchemist yearns for. To be personally invited by the vice president, this junior feels incomparably honored. This junior is more than happy to join the Alchemist Alliance. Chapter 822. In the air, Han Dong held the specially made Alchemist Association Master Badge in midair. With a thought, a huge amount of spiritual strength immediately gushed out from between his eyebrows like a flood. When the frightening spiritual strength of a rank 5 alchemist gushed out, it caused the surrounding space to violently surge. The frightening pressure caused the few people present to reveal a serious expression. Even though Han Dong's cultivation was not as high as the 4 of them, with the frightening spiritual strength of a rank 5 alchemist, Han Dong could easily suppress any one of them in a one-on-one fight, except for Chen Zhen. The invisible spiritual strength was like a raging wave that continuously rolled over and over. The invisible space was violently distorted under this spiritual strength, as though it was already on the verge of collapse. It was as though with just a small movement, this large area of space would instantly collapse. Sensing the strength of this spiritual strength, even with Xiao Yang's temperament, his heart could not help but be secretly shocked. Within his eyes, his pupils could not help but abruptly shrink to the size of a needle tip. As expected of a rank 5 alchemist. Such a powerful spiritual strength can really be said to be so frightening. His throat slightly rolled, Xiao Yang could not help but be secretly shocked in his heart. At this moment, the old man also extended 2 bamboo-like shriveled fingers. With a thought, powerful spiritual strength immediately gathered at the old man's fingertips. In the blink of an eye, the invisible spiritual strength gradually agglomerated and turned into a sharp awl that appeared to be real. Han Dong concentrated on controlling the awl on his fingertips and stopped it at a position that was only an inch away from the alchemist badge. After which, his gaze turned and looked at Xiao Yang, asking, "Little friend Xiao Yang, according to the rules of the Alchemist Alliance, this badge needs to be engraved with an alchemist's exclusive word. You can choose a word." Oh. Hearing this, Xiao Yang could not help but gently raise his eyebrows. His eyes turned and he recalled the first time he met Ju Tai. Ju Tai's alchemist badge also had a word engraved on it. After hesitating for a moment, Xiao Yang cupped his hands towards the old man in front of him and respectfully said, "Then, Vice President, please carve the word Yang for this junior." Xiao Yang was an alchemist and possessed a strange flame. His name was even connected to the word fire. Naturally, it would be best to carve the word flame on his alchemist badge. "Okay." Han Dong nodded. Immediately, he used 2 fingers to control the ore, which had almost condensed into substance, and began to engrave it on the alchemist badge. A short moment later, the old man finally handed over the alchemist badge to Xiao Yang. Seeing the bold and powerful Yang word carved on the badge, the corner of Xiao Yang's mouth involuntarily surfaced into a smile. From this moment onward, he could be considered to have officially joined the Alchemist Alliance. Unlike ordinary people, those who received invitations naturally had a higher status in the Alchemist Alliance than those who applied to join. Moreover, because of the person who invited them, these people often received better benefits in the Alchemist Alliance. This was also one of the reasons why many people wanted to join the Alchemist Alliance. Holding the badge in his hand, Xiao Yang wore a smile as he looked at the 4 people in front of him. At this moment, the faces of these 4 people appeared somewhat distorted and flushed red. Numerous gazes stared intently at Xiao Yang. If gazes could kill, it was likely that Xiao Yang would have died 1,000 times over. 4 sect leaders, is there anything else? Han Dong also turned his head and looked at the 4 people with a smile on his face. Previously, Xiao Yang was alone. However, now that he had joined the Alchemist Alliance, Han Dong had a reason to act on his behalf. Although the 4 people in front of him had an extraordinary status, if they wanted to make a move against the people of the Alchemist Alliance, they would have to carefully consider it. Currently, Han Dong's existence was a huge threat to them. At this moment, they were certain that they would not be able to bring Xiao Yang away today, let alone kill him. Don't tell me that we have to leave with dirty faces. The 4 people thought of this point in their hearts. Their hearts were especially unwilling. A cooked duck had flown away from their mouths. This feeling was the most infuriating. If there is nothing else, we will take our leave first. Goodbye. Seeing that the 4 people in front of him did not move, Han Dong immediately smiled. His eyes indicated to Xiao Yang beside him. The latter also smiled and nodded. The 2 of them moved together and prepared to leave. Wait a moment. Just as Xiao Yang and the other person turned around and were about to leave, a low voice suddenly sounded from behind them. Immediately, the 2 of them paused. They looked at each other and frowned. Taking a deep breath, they turned around and looked at the 4 people behind them. Don't tell me that the 4 of you still have something to say? The vicious expression on Han Dong's old face was slightly gloomy. His tone was somewhat impatient as he asked. President Han. Chen Zhen took a step forward. His eyes narrowed as he stared at the 2 people in front of him with a sharp gaze. At such a crucial moment, the person who spoke was indeed Chen Zhen. As the leader of the 4 great sects, only he would be able to make the 3 people beside him pay attention at such a moment. Seeing that Chen Zhen had spoken, the few people in the sky also looked at the latter. Xiao Yang also frowned slightly. He did not know what this fellow was thinking. Since Xiao Yang has already joined the Alchemist Alliance, if we continue to attack him, it would be insensible of us. However, you should also know that our 4 great sects have spent a lot of manpower and money for the Sky Extinction Ancient Tomb. If not for your appearance today, Xiao Yang and the Sky Extinction Steps would have become ours. So what are you trying to say? Han Dong narrowed his old eyes. His voice sounded a little low. Hearing this, the latter slightly focused. He clenched his teeth and continued. Now that Xiao Yang is already a member of the Alchemist Alliance, we cannot pursue the matter with him. However, at this point, Chen Zhen paused. His gaze turned and fixed on Xiao Yang. A glint flashed deep within his eyes. The 3 people beside him also seemed to have understood something. One by one, they also turned their gazes towards Xiao Yang. If Xiao Yang is willing to hand the Sky Extinction Steps to us, we can let bygones be bygones for what happened in the past. In the future, We will not be enemies with him. Xiao Yang's expression immediately became gloomy when these words were uttered. Han Dong by the side involuntarily frowned when he saw this. If you are unwilling, then President Han, today, our 4 great sects can only offend you. Without waiting for Xiao Yang to speak, Chen Zhen's face turned cold. The aura within his body also gushed out at this moment. Instantly, a powerful aura spread out in all directions. Chapter 8:23. In the sky, the leaders of the 4 large sects each released the powerful aura within their bodies. Powerful Do-Chi charged out from their bodies and shot to the sky, transforming into 4 Do-Chi light pillars that shot into the sky. Their auras were like rainbows. The auras within the bodies of the 4 people combined in this empty space and became even stronger. They violently pressed down on Han Dong and Xiao Yang. Even though this wasn't a fatal attack, the terrifying pressure of this aura was enough to make people's hearts tremble. Seeing this scene, Han Dong immediately let out a cold snort. A thought passed through his mind and a powerful spiritual strength broke out from between his brows. It was like a long spear with a vast aura that forcefully blocked the pressure from these 4 people. Don't tell me that the 4 leaders really want to start a war with our alchemist alliance. Although he had used his own strength to block the aura and pressure of 4 high-class Do-Di, Han Dong's expression was ugly. Fighting 4 people by himself was really too much of a stretch. Chairman Han, our 4 large sects have repeatedly given in because of you and the alchemist alliance. Now, we only hope to obtain the Sky Extinction Steps and open the Sky Extinction Ancient Tomb. This does not seem to be too difficult. As long as Xiao Yang is willing to hand over the Sky Extinction Steps, our 4 large sects will immediately turn around and leave. However, if he does not hand it over, we will have to return dejectedly. HMPH, explanation? As the leaders, do you still need to give an explanation to the sect? Han Dong sneered. Chen Zhen's words were simply bullshit. As the dignified sect leader, why would he need to report everything to the sect? Since this is the case, Chairman Han, we can only offend you. No matter what happens today, Xiao Yang must hand over the Sky Extinction Step. Soon after, Chen Zhen let out a loud cry. His eyes swiftly exchanged glances with the 3 people beside him. He immediately nodded heavily. His body shook and the Do-Chi within the vortex in his body surged out even more ferociously. Immediately, the auras that surged out from the bodies of the 4 of them became even more frightening. Within a short couple of breaths, Han Dong's spiritual pressure was swiftly suppressed by the combined efforts of the 4 of them. Under the combined efforts of 4 high-class Do-Di, the aura and pressure that was agglomerated was not something that Han Dong alone could easily resist. Buzz. It was also at this moment that Xiao Yang, who had been silent, suddenly moved. One could see a dense white flame-light pillar being emitted from Xiao Yang's body. A shocking aura and pressure swept out from his body. At the same time, a somewhat illusionary enormous human figure swiftly stood behind Xiao Yang. His powerful strength, along with Han Dong's spiritual pressure, actually pushed back the aura that the 4 of them had agglomerated together to form in an instant. Soon after, another powerful spiritual pressure erupted from Xiao Yang's body while the expressions of the 4 of them were changing. It charged forward. One could hear a bang sound. The combined aura of 4 high-class Do-Di experts was forcefully broken by Xiao Yang and Han Dong. What? A shocked expression surfaced on the faces of the 5 people in the sky, including Han Dong. Their gazes were filled with shock as they looked at Xiao Yang. The emotions in their hearts could not be described with words. By relying on the strength of a 5-star Do-Di and Han Dong's spiritual pressure, he was actually able to block the aura and pressure of these 4 people. It was likely that no one in this world could do such a thing. However, while they were shocked, Xiao Yang looked at them with a cold face. He turned his wrist and a glow flickered in his palm. Immediately, a scroll appeared in Xiao Yang's hand. 4 sect leaders, the Sky End Steps is currently in my hands. If you have the ability, come forward and take it. Xiao Yang's hand held the scroll tightly and raised it above his head. His gaze was densely cold as it swept over the 4 people around him. The words that were spat out from his mouth caused them to immediately recover. 4 eyes that were filled with a fiery heat instantly locked onto the scroll in Xiao Yang's hand. Sky End Steps. Xiao Yang, quickly hand over the Sky End Step. If you want to live, quickly hand over the Sky End Step. In the sky, the eyes of the four people were emitting a glow as they stared intently at the scroll in Xiao Yang's hand. They had waited for this day for too long. Finally, the Sky End Steps had appeared in front of their eyes. As long as they obtained the Sky End Steps, not only would they be able to open the Sky End Ancient Tomb, but they would also be able to borrow the mysterious power of the Sky End Steps to greatly raise their fighting strength. They might even be able to leap to become the leader of the 4 large sects and suppress the other 3 large sects. How could they remain calm? As they thought of this, the 4 of them could not wait to step forward and snatch the Sky End Steps from Xiao Yang's hands. However, the expression on Xiao Yang's face suddenly turned cold in the next moment. At the same time, the hand that was holding the scroll tightened. His gaze was dense as it swiftly swept over the 4 of them. After which, he cried out loudly, "If you dare to step forward again, I will immediately destroy the Sky End Step." As he spoke, Xiao Yang's arm shook and the scroll in his hand also shook a couple of times. The surrounding 4 people were greatly alarmed when they saw this and hurriedly retreated in agitation. At the same time, their mouths repeatedly advised Xiao Yang not to destroy the Sky End Steps. Seeing this, Xiao Yang coldly laughed in his heart. He was merely trying to scare them, but this group of people actually had such a huge reaction. It seemed that they were really concerned about this Sky End Step. Indeed, with such a heaven-defying agility Do technique, forget about them, it was likely that no one would be able to remain calm in their hearts. "Xiao Yang, as long as you are willing to hand over the Sky End Steps, we can discuss everything. As long as you hand over the Sky End Steps, we can forget about everything that happened between us in the past." Hearing this, Xiao Yang's face was filled with ridicule as he coldly laughed. They said that they would not mention it, but how could Xiao Yang let them off so easily? After all these years, both parties had already reached a state where they would not rest until one of them was dead. Saying that they would forget about it now was too much of a cold laugh. For sect leaders need not go through so much trouble. I will definitely not hand over the Sky End Steps. The gazes of the 4 people became dull. The killing intent in their hearts once again rose. However, I can give you a choice. Xiao Yang directly chose to ignore their gazes that were filled with killing intent as he continued speaking. 1 year later, I will be at the entrance of the Sky End Ancient Tomb. If everyone is present at that time, I can join hands with all of you to open the entrance of the Ancient Tomb. Otherwise, you can also choose to not take anything away today and not obtain anything a year later. Are you threatening us? Didn't you also want to threaten us earlier? Xiao Yang retorted with a cold laugh. Immediately, the 4 of them did not dare to make any more moves. Seeing that the Sky End Steps was so close but they could not obtain it, the 4 of them were simply gnashing their teeth in anger. The 4 of them were silent for a long time. After discussing with each other, they finally helplessly nodded their heads. "All right, we will do as you say. 1 year later, we will meet outside the Sky End Ancient Tomb." Seeing that the 4 of them nodded their heads, Xiao Yang's heart also heaved a sigh of relief. He smiled as he looked at Han Dong by the side. The 2 of them looked at each other and smiled before turning to leave. "Wait." But immediately after, the impatient voice rang out once again. Hearing this, Xiao Yang and Han Dong's face darkened as they turned around again. Xiao Yang's extremely cold gaze directly landed on Chen Zhen. He was already extremely disgusted by this fellow's voice. "We can promise you that we will meet outside the Sky End Ancient Tomb a year later. However, can you guarantee that you will definitely go at that time? What do you want?" Xiao Yang's face darkened as he spoke in an impatient tone. "Swear on the lightning penalty oath." Once these words were spoken, the 3 people beside him also looked at Xiao Yang at the same time. Chen Zhen's worries were not without reason. Only when Xiao Yang swore on the lightning penalty oath could they truly believe the latter's words. "Haha, alright, it is impolite not to reciprocate. Let's swear on the lightning penalty oath together, how about it?" In the end, Xiao Yang grinned. His smile contained a hint of a strange smile. Hearing this, the 4 of them could not help but frown slightly. However, in the end, they still let out a deep breath and said, "All right." Chapter 8:24. For sect leaders, since you want to swear on the lightning penalty oath, I should be able to make a request of you. Xiao Yang parted his mouth. He raised the scroll in his hand high up in the air. These words might appear to be a discussion, but the meaning within them was something that everyone present clearly understood in their hearts. Hearing Xiao Yang's words, Chen Zhen and the other three couldn't help but look gloomy. However, when their eyes swept across the sky extinction steps, they could only sigh helplessly and said in a deep voice, "Say it. As long as it's not too much, we can agree to it. Hehe, my request is not difficult for the four of you. In fact, it can be said to be very simple." Xiao Yang smiled slightly and continued, "My request is very simple. My request is very simple. 1 year later, after we enter the ancient tomb of Heaven End, the few of you cannot attack me." As soon as these words came out, the four people in front of him couldn't help but frown. The gloomy expression on their faces changed again. "It seems that the four of you are unwilling." With a cold expression, Xiao Yang's hand that was holding the scroll tightened. His 5 fingers tightened and the creaking sound of friction was transmitted into the ears of the four people. Immediately, the hearts of Chen Zhen and the other 3 tightened. They fiercely clenched their teeth and hurriedly agreed. "Okay, we'll do as you say." Now that the sky extinction steps was in Xiao Yang's hands, even if they were 100 times unwilling, in order to have a chance to obtain the sky extinction steps, the four of them could only agree to Xiao Yang's request again and again. Following Xiao Yang's intention, the four of them each swore on the lightning penalty oath. Then, it was Xiao Yang's turn. Using the sky extinction steps in his hands, Xiao Yang made them hesitate to act rashly. They didn't dare to make any rash moves for the time being and didn't make any requests. This was also within Xiao Yang's expectations. After swearing on the lightning penalty oath, Chen Zhen and the other 3 people sighed in relief. Even though they didn't catch Xiao Yang and didn't obtain the sky extinction steps, they at least had something to look forward to. After 1 year, the sky extinction ancient tomb would finally be opened. At that time, the treasures in the ancient tomb would be used by the 4 great sects. At that time, the 4 great sect status in the Western region would definitely rise again. The Western region would truly become their world. "How about it, 4 sect leaders, can we leave now?" After a long while, Han Dong once again opened his mouth. This time, Chen Zhen and the other 3 finally stopped pestering. Without waiting for the Xiao Yang duo to leave, they first turned around and left in the direction they came from. Only when the 4 figures had completely disappeared from Han Dong's perception range, did the latter turn his head around and look at Xiao Yang with a kind smile on his face. "Haha, young friend is also a courageous person. In the entire Western region, you are the first person this old man has seen to be able to force the 4 of them to retreat." The old man's gaze swept across Xiao Yang's body as he involuntarily exclaimed. The admiration in his tone wasn't concealed in the slightest. Senior must be joking. This junior only relied on the sky extinction steps to make them hesitate and not dare to act rashly. Given the greed of these fellows, if the sky extinction steps weren't enough to move them, they would have already made their move earlier. "Ha, young friend is too humble. The one who laughs until the end is the winner. Based on today's matter, you have already won by being able to force them to retreat." Han Dong gently stroked his beard. His soft laughter caused Xiao Yang to shake his head. His gaze looked in the direction that the 4 of them had left in as he knit his brows and fell into deep thought. Although Chen Zhen's group had temporarily left this place, Xiao Yang believed that they would definitely not let this matter rest. This was especially the case for Yi Luotian. He had hidden himself the deepest amongst the 4 large sects. Everyone thought that he was merely a 7-star Do Di. Once he truly revealed his strength, it was likely that it would be the end of the other 3 large sects. However, Xiao Yang did not know whether Yi Luotian would follow him alone. He believed that given that fellow's character, he would not be concerned about whether the sky extinction steps could be maintained. Moreover, Xiao Yang was able to sense a strange aura from Yi Luotian's body when facing him. That aura gave Xiao Yang an extremely familiar feeling. However, he was unable to recall when he had seen it before. It was likely that this Yi Luotian was not an ordinary person. His identity was definitely not as simple as being from one of the 4 large sects. Unfortunately, Xiao Yang was unable to find out any information regarding this point. Currently, Xiao Yang could only take one step at a time. If the storm that was about to arrive was something that he would ultimately be unable to avoid, he could only face it head-on. Growing up in a storm. Had Xiao Yang not always been like this? Haha, young friend Xiao Yang, now that they have left, the old me should also leave. This time around, the old me has indeed come out to settle some matters. It is just that I did not expect to coincidentally meet young friend Xiao Yang. Now that the matter has been resolved, the old me should also leave. At this moment, Han Dong's tone changed as a pair of muddy old eyes once again looked towards Xiao Yang. Upon hearing these words, Xiao Yang could not help but be slightly taken aback. Soon after, he nodded his head and cupped his hands together towards the old man. His tone was respectful as he spoke. I still have to thank Elder for your help today. If there is another day, this junior will definitely repay this favor. Young friend, there is no need to be so courteous. The reason why the old me intervened was indeed to invite you to join my Alchemist Alliance. Since we are both members of the Alchemist Alliance, there is no reason for the old me to not lend a hand when I see that you are in trouble. That's right, the headquarters of my Alchemist Alliance is established in the Western Wastelands. If you encounter any difficulties during this trip, you can go to the Alchemist Alliance. As long as you take out the Alchemist badge in your hand, there will naturally be people who will help you. Immediately, Han Dong appeared to have thought of something as he reminded Xiao Yang with his words. Oh! Upon hearing Han Dong's words, Xiao Yang could not help but gently raise his eyebrows. He did not expect that the headquarters of the Alchemist Alliance would actually be established in the Western Wastelands. However, Xiao Yang had already recovered from his shock. His face was filled with gratitude as he nodded towards Han Dong. Once again, he cupped his hands together and respectfully said, "Thank you, Elder, for your reminder." Upon hearing this, the old man stroked his beard with one hand. His face was filled with a peaceful smile as he nodded his head. After which, the old man smiled as he gave a few more instructions to Xiao Yang. After which, he turned around and flew towards another direction. In the blink of an eye, only Xiao Yang was left in the vast sky. Huff, Xiao Yang let out a long breath. However, the heavy stone that was pressing down on his heart was still not put down. Instead, following Han Dong's departure, Xiao Yang's heart felt even heavier. He faintly had a premonition that this trip to the Western Wastelands would not be as smooth as he had imagined. Gently shaking his head, Xiao Yang tossed these thoughts to the back of his mind. His figure flashed as he once again landed in the city below. As the few people in the sky dispersed, the curious gazes in the city below also gradually withdrew. With regards to all of this, everyone seemed to be used to it. It was as if they were watching a boring play. However, just as everything seemed to have come to an end, Yi Luotian's figure appeared on top of a mountain several thousand miles to the southeast of the Sand River. 2 hours later, Chen Zhen and the rest had dispersed. At this moment, a black shadow was standing on top of a cliff. It gazed at Yi Luotian's figure from afar as it let out a strange cry. It seemed to have grown impatient at the latter's tardiness. Chapter 825. Xiao Yang only stayed at Sand River shop for a day. After purchasing a detailed map of the Western Wasteland region, he quickly began his journey once again. Wind and sand raged in the vast desert. A human figure wearing a black robe walked forward amidst the strong wind. Each time his foot landed, it would sink deeply into the quicksand. As the human figure walked past, there was a row of circular pits behind him. If someone was not in front of them, no one would be able to recognize that these were footprints. Before the person could walk very far, those footprints were gradually buried by the quicksand. The human figure gradually walked further and further away. The traces that he had walked past also disappeared. It was as though no one had ever appeared here. After leaving Sand River shop, Xiao Yang stepped into this vast desert. He did not choose to fly through it. Instead, he slowly walked toward the deeper regions of the desert. Using Xiao Yang's words, walking was also a kind of training method. Moreover, Although his current cultivation had already reached the middle level of the 5-star DI, the degree of stability of his strength was not as good as before due to the rapid increase in his strength. If he were to blindly raise his cultivation level and forget about his foundation, he, Xiao Yang, would sooner or later fade into the crowd. Xiao Yang clearly understood that the reason his fighting strength was able to far surpass other experts of the same level was because he had relied on himself to walk step by step on solid ground. It was just like this yellow sand. Each time his foot landed, it would leave behind a depression. The depth of the depression would change according to the degree of solidification of the sand under his feet. However, after Xiao Yang walked past, those depressions would recover their original appearance. Although their appearance had recovered, if one were to step on them again, one would discover that the place where one's foot landed was much more solid. It was as though one was stepping on solid ground and was extremely stable. However, if one were to directly fly through it, even though one would be able to reach their destination earlier, the yellow sand below would still be loose. If one were to step on it one day, no one would know what the quicksand would gradually become. It was likely that one would even sink into it. On the other hand, Xiao Yang was different. After walking through the path in front of him in a steady manner, this path would only bring him pleasant surprises and convenience when he returned. Although the construction of this path was perhaps much more difficult and slower than others, what he obtained was similarly much more than others. There were no shortcuts in this world. Other people's achievements might appear brilliant, but who knew just how much they had to pay under that brilliant glory? The boundless journey seemed to have no end. It was as if there was no end to this road, and there was no hope to be found. If it was an ordinary person, in such a scorching hot environment, in addition to this boundless desert, they probably wouldn't be able to persist for a day. However, it was in such a harsh environment that Xiao Yang actually dropped all of his defenses. He only relied on his black robe to withstand the strong wind that came head-on. Even the raging heavenly flame in his body had been withdrawn by him. In other words, the current Xiao Yang was almost completely exposed in the desert. Other than his body of flesh and blood, the current Xiao Yang had nothing else. At the very least, before he used his strength, he was no different from an ordinary person. Under such circumstances, even a doja would have the ability to kill him. The black robe fluttered in the wind and flew in the air like a black flag. Under the black robe was Xiao Yang's naked upper body. His white skin was exposed to the air. In an instant, the scorching heat was like a flame beating on Xiao Yang's body, causing Xiao Yang to feel a burning pain. The strong wind that came head-on was not as gentle as he had imagined. Not only did it not bring him the slightest bit of pleasure, it also made the scorching heat around Xiao Yang's body become even more terrifying. The hard sand became like red-hot steel nails in the strong wind, heavily hitting Xiao Yang's body. It could even be clearly seen that the moment the sand hit Xiao Yang's body, it left behind clear dents. In the beginning, Xiao Yang's entire body was swiftly drenched in perspiration. However, in the end, not even a drop of perspiration flowed out from Xiao Yang's body. His lips were pale and chapped. His skin and flesh were torn apart. Fresh bright red blood surged out. A fishy sweet smell followed Xiao Yang's breathing and entered his lungs, causing him to swallow it in a dry and hoarse manner. Under such a merciless blow, even with the strength of Xiao Yang's body, a large area of dense red spots appeared on the surface of his skin. Scarlet blood flowed under the skin. Xiao Yang clenched his teeth and endured the pain with great difficulty. Until a certain moment, dark red blood flowed out from Xiao Yang's body and quickly condensed into a thin blood scab. The sand first hit the wounds and mixed into the blood. Then, it changed the blood and condensed together. In the blink of an eye, Xiao Yang's entire upper body had turned dark red. The thin blood scab appeared to have covered Xiao Yang's body with a tight-fitting garment. When the sand hit the blood scab, it emitted a fine ka sound of collision. The high temperature burned the thin layer of blood scab until it was as hot as metal. Under the blood scab, Xiao Yang knit his eyebrows together. The blood scab on his forehead immediately broke apart and fell. It was like a piece of porcelain that fell into the yellow sand and was swiftly submerged. Boom! Suddenly, a thick white flame rose on the surface of Xiao Yang's body and quickly swept away the high temperature around Xiao Yang's body. The latter's body was finally able to relax at this moment. After relaxing his body, Xiao Yang did not dare to rest for long. He hurriedly forced his body to sit down. With a thought, the flame mantra chi method in his body began to circulate. Between heaven and earth, waves of blazing energy gathered towards the flame mantra. At this moment, 4 hours had finally passed since Xiao Yang had first entered this desert. Even though it was only 4 hours, Xiao Yang had experienced incomparably great pain during this period of time. Without using any power to resist, Xiao Yang admitted that it was impossible for him to survive in this place with just his physical body. To an ordinary person, this place was simply purgatory. However, it was also precisely because of this that this place was the best place for Xiao Yang to train his physical strength. In this kind of environment, an ordinary physical body would not be able to adapt. However, Xiao Yang had endured for 4 hours on his first try. As long as he could endure for longer each time, the toughness of Xiao Yang's body would be greatly strengthened. This would be extremely helpful in actual combat. Unfortunately, after 4 hours in this desert, Xiao Yang had almost reached his limit just by relying on his physical body. He had no choice but to temporarily rest. He could only wait until he had recovered to his peak before continuing on his journey. Chapter 8:26. Yellow sand raged in the western wastelands. The wind whistled and the sand filled the sky like rain. Looking all around, one could not even see a single cloud in the boundless sky. There was only the blazing sun that was like a fireball, emitting a terrifyingly high temperature that was difficult to endure. Between heaven and earth, it was dry and hot. The air did not contain the slightest bit of moisture, and there was no other color in the endless yellow sand. The fine sand became as hot as charcoal under the scorching sun. This place was simply a land of death. In the vast desert, Xiao Yang, who was wearing a black robe, slowly walked westward. His footsteps were heavy and steady. Xiao Yang had already walked in this desert for 7 days since he had left the Sand River. During these 7 days, Xiao Yang would use a couple of hours to temper his physical body. Although the process was painful, it must be said that under such repeated tempering, the strength of Xiao Yang's physical body had also rapidly increased. Moreover, after repeated training, the Do Qi in Xiao Yang's body was also swiftly solidifying. Waves of pure Do Qi became even purer under the refinement of the heavenly flame. The originally fist-sized cluster of Do Qi finally turned into a thumb-sized cluster of pure energy water droplets after being refined by the heavenly flame. These water droplets merged into the vortex space within Xiao Yang's body. Under this repeated and slow refinement, Xiao Yang's cultivation also gradually stabilized. After these 7 days of hell-like destruction, Xiao Yang's originally white skin had become dark black. He did not know how many layers of skin on the surface of his body had already fallen off. Xiao Yang only knew that his body was continuously bleeding along the way. The moment the bright red fresh blood surged out, it would swiftly form a layer of blood scab. After which, it would swiftly crack and fall off. Following this, it would surge out again, crack, and fall off repeatedly. Xiao Yang's body was repeatedly destroyed in this kind of environment. However, compared to the first day, the current Xiao Yang could already rely on the strength of his physical body to endure for half a day in this desert. Although the final result would cause Xiao Yang to lose all of his physical strength and have difficulty maneuvering the Do Qi in his body, it was also because of this that the speed at which Xiao Yang's strength rose was even faster. As the saying goes, blossoms in destruction and grows in predicament. Even a demon phoenix needed to experience the pain of nirvana. If one wanted to become a dragon among men, would one not have to endure even greater pain? Fortunately, Xiao Yang's greatest strength was his perseverance and extraordinary tenacity. No matter what it was, as long as he wanted to do it, he would definitely not give up. Regardless of how great the pain and danger was, Xiao Yang was completely fearless. In order for him to be able to walk to where he was today, courage played a significant role. Within a stretch of yellow sand, Xiao Yang's figure sat cross-legged in mid-air. Both of his hands formed a training seal. With a thought, the flame mantra chi method in his body immediately began to circulate. Within the vortex, pure Do Qi rapidly circulated along the route of the flame mantra chi method. After circulating for one cycle, It was refined by the heavenly flame and turned into a drop of pure water that entered the vortex space. This process continued for a total of 6 hours. When Xiao Yang once again opened his eyes, it was close to dusk. However, it was different from the Shilin region. In the Western Wastelands region, the sun was still scorching even at dusk. It was just that it was no longer as hot as it was in the afternoon. However, the world was once again enveloped by a stuffy hot aura. Under the protection of the heavenly flame, Xiao Yang was not affected by the vile environment. However, the sky was gradually turning dark and it was time for him to find a place to temporarily rest and reorganize. The environment in the desert changed extremely quickly. Under the premise that there were no fixed road signs, even Xiao Yang was unable to determine the correct direction. During the day, he could rely on the trajectory of the sun to determine the route so that he would not deviate from the west. However, during the night, there were no road signs. Even if he had a map, it was useless. The map in his hands was indeed a good map of the Western Wastelands region. However, due to the terrain, Xiao Yang was currently still at the outskirts of the Western Wastelands region. This was a desert with sand dunes that rose and fell. What use could a map have? Ordinary experts would directly fly over the desert at the outskirts of the Western Wastelands region and would be able to cross it in a day. Who would be foolish enough to travel on foot like Xiao Yang? Otherwise, with Xiao Yang's strength, he would be able to officially enter the Western Wastelands region in half a day. As night fell, the boundless desert also lost its golden radiance during the day. The originally azure sky gradually darkened until it turned black. Not a single star could be seen in the 9 heavens. Not a single ball of light could be seen on the earth. The entire world had sunk into a mysterious pitch-black darkness. Time did not count in this place. It was like the quicksand during the day, submerging all the unfairness. Within the darkness, 2 figures were currently approaching each other at an extremely fast speed. There was not the slightest trace of movement. If one were to examine carefully, one would be able to discover that it was not the 2 figures that were moving. Instead, it was one of them that was rapidly approaching the other person within the darkness. Within the dense darkness, the figure was like a venomous snake that was hidden within the darkness. Its sharp fangs were already prepared to pierce the throat of the other person. 10,000 feet, 1,000 feet, over 100 feet. However, just as this human figure was about to attack, a huge creature suddenly broke out from the sand under the flowing sand. Hiss! Sand and stones flew, as if sand waves were spreading in all directions. Because of this, the black figure's movements were stopped. At the same time, a huge bloody mouth was fiercely biting towards the other figure that was sitting cross-legged. From the looks of it, it seemed to want to swallow the latter in a single bite. When the body of this huge beast was exposed in the darkness, one could vaguely see that this huge beast seemed to be a huge python. This beast usually hid under the thick yellow sand until its prey appeared in front of it. Only then would it find an opportunity to launch a sudden attack on the latter, killing the latter in one blow and swallowing the latter. Today, seeing Xiao Yang enter its territory, it naturally treated the latter as its prey. Unfortunately, it had chosen the wrong target. Bang! When the huge snake's mouth fell and swallowed Xiao Yang's body, the figure that Xiao Yang was sitting cross-legged suddenly shattered and rapidly dissipated. What the beast had just swallowed was merely Xiao Yang's afterimage. At this moment, when the giant snake turned its head, it realized that in the darkness, there was a person whose appearance could not be seen clearly standing above its head. Roar! An earth-shaking roar rang out. Just as the huge beast was about to make a move, Xiao Yang's right hand suddenly clenched into a fist. The moment the huge beast beneath his feet raised its head, he smashed down with his fist, forcefully piercing through the head of the beast that had made the sound. The terrifying force instantly shattered the tissues in the huge snake's head. In fact, it even forcefully pierced through its lower jaw. Blood that was filled with a fishy stench immediately spurted out. At the same time, the huge beast's life force also quickly dissipated. Soon after, Xiao Yang withdrew his palm, but it was not stained with a single trace of blood. Just as the huge beast's corpse heavily smashed onto the sand dune, Xiao Yang's gaze suddenly turned and looked at the void not far from the huge snake. There, a strange black fog was churning in the air. In an instant, Xiao Yang's face darkened. A pair of pitch-black eyes instantly ignited with a dense white flame. Ghost Palace. Chapter 827. At this moment, the vast desert was completely dark. With one's naked eye, it was difficult to see anything within a 10-meter radius. However, in front of the enormous spiritual strength, all the darkness was useless. Ghost Hall. At this moment, Xiao Yang's expression was gloomy. A dense white heavenly flame gradually filled his eyes. His ice-cold killing intent was not hidden at all. You guys are really like lingering spirits. Xiao Yang clenched his hand and the heavy Shen ruler immediately landed in his hand. A dense white flame lingered over it and the entire world immediately became as bright as day. The temperature of the place swiftly rose. The yellow sand below actually began to swiftly melt like ice under this frightening temperature. Under the illumination of the flame, a cluster of black shadows rose in a serene manner like a will-o'-the-wisp in the empty space a short distance away from Xiao Yang. If one did not have a great understanding of it, it was likely that an ordinary person would not be able to recognize just what this cluster of things was. TSK. Xiao Yang, this venerable self has not come today to capture you. If he had such thoughts earlier, he no longer dared to act recklessly after seeing the miserable fate of this magical beast. Xiao Yang's fighting strength far exceeded those of the same level. This was something that everyone within the Ghost Hall knew. It was also something that they had to understand. Even though the both of them were elite Dodi at this moment and the fellow within the cluster of black shadows was clearly stronger than Xiao Yang, he would not easily attack unless he was absolutely certain of victory. Instead of bitterly contending with no results, he preferred to leave his opponent without any ability to resist. An absolute suppression would cause his opponent to feel despair. This would cause his heart to feel incomparably carefree. Capture me and bring me back. Do you think that you can do it? Hearing the strange laughter that was transmitted from the cluster of black fog, Xiao Yang's face revealed a disgusted expression. However, his mouth laughed coldly with disdain. With his current agility and speed, even an 8-star Dodi would not be able to catch up with him, much less this fellow in front of him who was merely an intermediate 7-star Dodi. TSK, that's right. With just this venerable self alone, I'm afraid that it would really be difficult to do it. However, the main reason I have come to look for you today is to show you something. The strange laughter was once again emitted from the black fog. That laughter sounded as though it was transmitted from hell and was extremely ear-piercing. However, it was not difficult to tell from this voice that this fellow seemed to have come prepared. Xiao Yang's heart tightened for some reason when he heard the words that were emitted from the other party's mouth. An ominous premonition surged from the bottom of his heart and could not be stopped. What happened? Xiao Yang could not help but be quietly shocked. This kind of situation rarely occurred to him. He could not even remember when the last time it had occurred. However, the current situation caused his mind to be unable to remain calm. It was as though this fellow in front of him was going to bring some kind of shocking news. Xiao Yang's expression changed slightly. What do you want to say? Xiao Yang narrowed his eyes. His eyes that were filled with a fiery glow stared intently at the other party. His body under the black robe trembled uncontrollably. Beads of perspiration flowed down from his forehead. Even Xiao Yang himself did not know why he was so nervous. TSK. Oh, take it and take a good look. The strange laughter was once again emitted from the black fog. Almost at the same time, a cluster of fist-sized black fog swiftly shot out. It was like a black flowing light. In the blink of an eye, it had already arrived in front of Xiao Yang. Its target was Xiao Yang's throat, as though it wanted to kill him. Puff! Just as the cluster of black fog arrived in front of Xiao Yang, a cluster of dense white flames suddenly rose in front of Xiao Yang and swallowed the black fog in one gulp. Then, through the white flames, Xiao Yang could clearly see a white jade tablet floating slowly in the flames. If not for Xiao Yang's efforts to control it, the jade tablet would have been reduced to a pile of ashes by now. Xiao Yang's eyes narrowed slightly when he saw the jade tablet. He could not control his nervousness at this moment. After a long while, Xiao Yang hesitated and grasped the jade tablet in his hand. TSK TSK TSK. Why, are you hesitating? Is the Great Flame Emperor also afraid of seeing the thing inside? The strange laughter was once again emitted from the black fog. That voice contained a mocking tone. Although Xiao Yang was hesitant, he still planned to investigate. However, before that, Xiao Yang summoned the Northern King. Even the fellow within the black fog involuntarily felt a shock in his heart when he saw the Northern King. It was not that he had never seen a Do Di class puppet. However, it was the first time that he had seen such a strange puppet like the Northern King. On the other side, Xiao Yang carefully separated a thread of spiritual strength and slowly approached the jade tablet. Before he knew what was hidden within the jade tablet, Xiao Yang had to consider this fellow in front of him before he made any move. The other party was a 7-star Do Di. His strength could not be underestimated. If Xiao Yang was seriously injured by his attack, it would be troublesome. Buzz buzz buzz. When Xiao Yang's spiritual strength slowly approached the jade tablet, the nervousness in his heart also became increasingly dense. The spiritual strength in his mind spread out uncontrollably. It was like the surface of a churning sea. It fluctuated intensely, causing the surrounding empty space to fluctuate intensely. At a certain moment, the spiritual strength finally came into contact with the jade tablet. The jade tablet seemed to contain a suction force that instantly swallowed Xiao Yang's thread of spiritual strength. The latter was startled. Soon after, Xiao Yang's consciousness entered the jade tablet. In the next instant, when Xiao Yang raised his head, an enormous cage appeared within the space of the jade tablet. The cage was formed by a formation. Numerous black lights interweaved with each other and sealed this space. At this moment, a lovely person with a face that could overturn the world was sitting cross-legged with her eyes closed. A trace of exhaustion appeared on her pale face. Traces of blood could be seen at the corner of her red lips. Her entire body was covered in wounds of various sizes. It was impossible to tell that this woman had struggled violently in the cage not too long ago. The injuries on her body should have been left behind at that time. However, when Xiao Yang, who was outside the cage, saw this woman for the first time, the expression on his face suddenly froze. In an instant, an excitement that could not be controlled crazily surged out from the depths of Xiao Yang's heart. At this moment, the woman who appeared in front of Xiao Yang was none other than his wife whom he had yearned for day and night, Zun. Chapter 828. Zun. Within the jade token, the illusionary figure that was agglomerated from the thread of Xiao Yang's spiritual strength was currently staring at Zun, who was within the formation cage in a startled manner. It was a long while later before an excited and hoarse roar was emitted from Xiao Yang's mouth. His scarlet eyes were filled with excitement as he stared at Zun within the cage. The deep longing in his heart caused Xiao Yang to be unable to help but tear up. His body began to tremble violently at this moment. Based on Xiao Yang's familiarity with Zun, he was naturally able to confirm that the delicate and pretty person in front of him was definitely not fake by the fellow outside. That kind of subtle familiarity that only existed between him and Zun was definitely not something that could be imitated by any method. As for why Zun would appear here, Xiao Yang already did not have the time to care. He only saw Zun, whose delicate body was currently covered with wounds, and he only cared about Zun's current situation. In fact, for the latter, he could even disregard his own life. When Xiao Yang's hoarse roar came out, the beautiful woman, who was sitting cross-legged within the cage, also suddenly trembled. Even though it was hoarse, the voice was filled with familiar emotions. This was something that could not be changed. Zun's tightly shut beautiful eyes suddenly opened, and her gaze immediately locked onto Xiao Yang's body. Seeing this familiar man in black robes, an uncontrollable excitement quickly surged from the depths of Zun's heart. Her pair of beautiful eyes quickly turned red. The corner of her lips trembled as she bit her red lips. Zun did not care about the injuries on her body. It was as if the injuries on her body had completely recovered the moment she saw the man in front of her. Big brother Xiao Yang, Zun. The two of them were separated by the formation cage, but they still shouted in unison. Soon after, the two of them opened their chests and rushed towards each other. Kai, however, just as Zun's lovely body was about to pass through the formation cage, a wave of intense black light flickered from the formation cage. A powerful force instantly pushed Sun back. At the same time, 2 eye-piercing bloody scars were left on the latter's tender snow-white wrist. A painful scream came out from Sun's mouth. Her delicate body was also sent flying by the force and heavily smashed onto the ground. Sun. Xiao Yang turned pale with fright, and a vicious aura surged onto his face. A huge amount of spiritual strength immediately condensed in the space in front of him, transforming into an invisible giant ruler. Under the control of Xiao Yang's mind, it fiercely smashed towards the formation cage. However, the moment when the giant ruler was about to hit the formation cage, under the gazes of Xiao Yang and Sun, the invisible giant ruler, actually directly piercing through the formation cage. Damn it! What is this? Xiao Yang cursed softly in his heart. His body moved and he arrived in front of the formation cage. His gaze swept over the cage in front of him and a fury suddenly rose in his heart. He threw a punch at the formation, only to see that his body had easily passed through this formation. His heart also understood at this moment that everything that had appeared in front of him was merely a light figure. The real Sun was likely not within this jade token. Sun. Xiao Yang steeled his heart and attempted to pass through the formation. As expected, Xiao Yang did not encounter any obstruction. However, at this moment, Xiao Yang did not have the time to be concerned about all this. What he was truly worried about was whether Sun, who had appeared in front of him, was merely an illusionary figure. If the real Sun was here, Xiao Yang's heart would undoubtedly be filled with joy. However, if it was not, where was the real Sun? Xiao Yang faced Sun while carrying the doubt in his heart. At this moment, the two of them were only a couple of inches apart. Xiao Yang could clearly hear the breathing from Sun's nose. However, the emotions in his heart were also extremely anxious at this moment. Big brother Xiao Yang, Sun really missed you. Faced with Xiao Yang, even Sun, who was a 9-star Dosheng, had difficulty suppressing the emotions deep within her heart. Her delicate body leaned forward and her arm, which was covered with scars, was lifted. It seemed that she wanted to hug Xiao Yang tightly. However, it was also at this moment that Sun's feet staggered. She directly pounced backwards from Xiao Yang's body. Xiao Yang was also greatly startled. Although he wanted to hug Sun, both of them were helpless when they looked at each other. Only at this moment did Sun realize that the Xiao Yang in front of her was actually a mere shadow. Big brother Xiao Yang, Sun's eyes were red, and tears were swirling in her eyes. She didn't know when they would flow out uncontrollably. Xiao Yang felt extremely anxious in his heart when he saw this scene. He lifted his hand in an attempt to wipe away the tears from the corner of Sun's eyes. However, all of this was useless. Sun, tell me where you are now. I will immediately go and save you. Xiao Yang clenched his hands into fists. His face was flushed red. Both of his eyes were filled with a stern murderous desire. A monstrous fury surged and burned within his heart. If he knew where Sun was now, he would definitely charge over without hesitation regardless of how far away she was. Big brother Xiao Yang, I also do not know where I am. Sun helplessly shook her head when she heard Xiao Yang's words. Even she was unaware of her current location. Ever since she had arrived at that realm, she had been restrained by this formation. No matter how hard she tried to break the formation, she would only end up being covered with scars. In this mysterious place, one could not even detect any signs of life. There was only a strange mirror that quietly stood there. The only thing that Sun was certain of was that she had been brought here from the mirror in front of her by those two things that were neither human nor ghost. At this moment, that mirror was also placed in front of Xiao Yang. However, Xiao Yang treated it as though it was nothing. In his eyes, there was only Sun in front of him. Bastards, this group of things that are neither human nor ghost. They really deserve to die. The reason why Sun had been restrained was definitely because of the people from Ghost Hall. If Xiao Yang did not truly wish to become enemies with them before this matter, now that Sun had been restrained, Ghost Hall and the Ghost Temple sect behind them had already entered the top of Xiao Yang's blacklist of must-kill. Xiao Yang's heart was filled with a raging fury. A deep white flame crazily burned on the surface of Xiao Yang's body. The fury in his heart had already reached the point where it was about to explode. At the same time, he felt incomparably worried for Zun in front of him. Zun, protect yourself well. I will definitely come and save you very soon. Zun obediently nodded her head. Her pale pretty face revealed a beautiful smile like that of an epiphyllum for Xiao Yang. Xiao Yang was startled as he watched. His somewhat illusionary hand was slowly lifted and slowly rubbed over Zun's face. The latter also closed her pretty eyes. Her pale face slid over Xiao Yang's palm. At this moment, silence spoke louder than words. After which, Xiao Yang's illusionary body slowly disappeared in front of Zun. The latter's pretty face could not help but reveal a panicked expression. However, Xiao Yang had already withdrawn from the jade token. Within the jade token, the expression on Zun's pretty face also froze following the withdrawal of Xiao Yang's spiritual strength. Crack. At the same time, in the outside world, the moment Xiao Yang's spiritual strength withdrew from the jade token in his hand also emitted a cracking sound and broke apart. Xiao Yang's expression also instantly turned ghastly white. Chapter 829. In the dark night, Xiao Yang's body was fixed in the air like a statue. A pair of eyes that flickered with fiery light stared fixedly at the broken jade tablet in his hand. Just a moment ago, when Xiao Yang's spiritual strength withdrew from the jade tablet in his hand instantly shattered. Xiao Yang frantically tried to inject his spiritual strength into the broken jade tablet, but unfortunately, the jade tablet had already been destroyed and had lost all its abilities. Xiao Yang's spiritual strength was mercilessly bounced back as if it had collided with a useless rock. In an instant, Xiao Yang felt as if he had lost the most important thing in his life. His eyes stared blankly at the broken jade tablet in his hand. The beautiful smile that Zun had shown him a moment ago kept appearing in his mind. The flames that burned in his heart became even more explosive. The flame on the surface of Xiao Yang's body rose. The dense white heavenly flame wrapped around Xiao Yang's entire body, causing him to appear like a sun in the dark night, once again lighting up the desert below. I forgot to tell you. Once your spiritual strength enters this jade tablet and withdraws again, this jade tablet will completely lose its abilities and turn into a pile of rubble. In the air, a strange mocking laughter came from the black shadow. It seemed that it was rather satisfied with the expression on Xiao Yang's face. The moment he heard this, Xiao Yang's body that was frozen in the air like a statue could not help but tremble violently. The raging flames rose high into the air, turning into a pillar of fire that spiraled into the bleak night sky. An invisible pressure spread out from Xiao Yang's body. In an instant, the entire world became abnormally silent. The wind and sand froze, and the world was enveloped by an abnormally cold aura. Xiao Yang slowly raised his pair of eyes that were filled with flames and had become incomparably dense and cold. He looked at the black shadow in front of him with killing intent. The empty space trembled. Under this high temperature, the invisible space became distorted. The moment Xiao Yang raised his head, the empty space within a couple of feet around him suddenly collapsed, transforming into a dark black, deep, endless empty space. This time, Xiao Yang was really angry. Before this, even the four great sects had not made Xiao Yang so angry. Shua. White flames rapidly spread out from under Xiao Yang's feet. In the blink of an eye, they had covered a radius of several hundred meters around Xiao Yang. As far as the eye could see, the entire world seemed to have returned to daytime in an instant. The yellow sand below quickly melted. The quicksand wriggled as if it was alive. First, it was golden yellow, then it turned scarlet red. In the end, it turned into a lava hell. This environment was even more terrifying than during the day. Where is she? Xiao Yang's expression was extremely dark and solemn. Every word of his utterance revealed an extremely icy killing intent. His extremely cold eyes appeared as though he wanted to forcefully swallow the other party. TSK, are you angry? Sure enough, Jiyu Zun is your weakness. It's a pity that you will never find her. You're courting death. The moment the strange laughter came out from the black fog, Xiao Yang's body suddenly disappeared. Almost at the same time, the face of the figure in the black fog suddenly changed. The black fog rolled and the figure frantically retreated. A storm was set off in his heart. Kai. A ferocious ruler glow violently swung in front of the person within the black fog the instant he withdrew. The churning black fog was completely useless in front of the dense white flame. However, in the blink of an eye, the large expanse of black fog was completely incinerated by the heavenly flame, revealing a strange masked fellow hidden under a large black robe. The scorching high temperature caused the face under the mask to involuntarily distort. He did not expect that the strength Xiao Yang possessed was actually much stronger than he had imagined. Damn it! I was careless. The black figure viciously cursed in his heart. However, just as the black figure was about to make a move, the space in front of him once again distorted. Holding the heavy Shen ruler, Xiao Yang, whose body was covered in thick white flames, once again appeared. The huge ruler mercilessly slashed at the person in front of him. The majestic strength seemed to want to forcefully tear the person in front of him apart. Again, the face under the mask twitched violently. However, in his heart, he did not dare to be the slightest bit careless. Both of his arms were lifted together. Immediately, numerous pitch-black chains rushed towards the sky from behind the black figure. The nimble chains were just like a poisonous snake as they rushed towards Xiao Yang. The tricky attacks aimed at the various vital points on Xiao Yang's body to achieve the effect of restraining each other. However, the black figure had underestimated the furious Xiao Yang at this moment. Faced with the attacks of these chains, the expression in Xiao Yang's pair of deep white eyes did not change. Instead, the strength on the huge ruler became even stronger. From the looks of it, he seemed to have the posture of someone who was willing to risk his life. Exchanging a life for a life. In the heart of the black figure, he really could not bear to part with his life. With no other choice, the black shadow could only choose to retreat in order to advance. His mind controlled the 8 black chains around his body and swiftly blocked in front of him. Leaving 2 of them, he ferociously welcomed the heavy Shen Buster sword that was coming straight at him. Capture. Relying on the might of the Force Elephant skill and the strength of the heavenly flame, Xiao Yang's attack actually forcefully blasted apart the 2 chains that were shooting towards him. Immediately, the remaining strength carried a powerful aura as it heavily smashed onto the remaining 4 chains. Clang 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 clang. This time, the 4 chains did indeed block the heavy Shen ruler. However, this was only a short period of time. Without waiting for the black figure to catch his breath, the strength on the heavy Shen ruler suddenly increased explosively. In the next moment, the pair of sinister eyes under the mask clearly saw the 4 black chains that were as thick as a human arm break one by one under the powerful strength of the heavy Shen ruler. In the end, the instant the heavy Shen ruler completely destroyed the 4 chains, the pupils of the black figure's sinister eyes abruptly shrunk to the size of a needle tip. The heavenly flame enveloped the heavy Shen ruler rapidly enlarged in the black figure's eyes. In the end, as the black figure dodged to the side, a corner of the heavy Shen ruler heavily smashed into his chest. Fart. His figure explosively retreated, the black figure involuntarily spat out a large mouthful of blood. The blood in his body churned and the shock in his heart was even greater than before. He had indeed underestimated Xiao Yang's strength. He was likely even more powerful than what Yi Luotian had said. Of course, this might also be because of Zun which caused Xiao Yang's heart to be stimulated. That was why he was able to erupt with strength that far exceeded his usual strength in such a short period of time. However, in the next moment, when the black figure lifted his head, Xiao Yang's figure once again chased after him. The heavy Shen ruler was raised high above his head. A thick white flame soared into the sky and was about to land heavily on the black figure's head. Seeing this scene, the black figure knew in his heart that Xiao Yang in front of him had really gone crazy today. If he did not think of a way to end this battle, it was likely that even if he was a 7-star Do Di, he would still be in a lot of trouble today. Clang. The black figure extended both of his hands and a pitch-black Do Chi crazily surged out from his palms. Relying on his own strength, he forcefully blocked Xiao Yang's attack and violently grabbed the heavy Shen ruler. Even so, the black figure's arms were rapidly becoming numb at this moment. The powerful strength was still surging into the depths of his body, causing him to have no choice but to disperse even more strength in order to forcefully suppress the chaotic strength in his body. Roar. Xiao Yang let out a low roar from his nose. At the same time, his right hand heavily slapped the tip of the ruler above him. The originally heavy Shen ruler, under Xiao Yang's palm, released an even more powerful strength, forcefully suppressing the black figure's body that was suspended in the air. The huge ruler broke free from the black figure's grasp and was about to move forward again. However, at this moment, the black figure hurriedly shouted out, "Stop! I can let you see Jiu Zun Kai." The huge ruler that was about to descend seemed to have instantly solidified. It was forcefully fixed in mid-air. No matter how powerful the huge ruler was a moment ago, at this moment, it instantly dissipated. The whistling wind pressure continued to blow down after the huge ruler stopped, fiercely hitting the black figure's mask. Under the mask, his face that was covered in cold sweat felt a chill. However, compared to before, it was much better. Chapter 830. What did you say? Xiao Yang's hand, which was holding the heavy Shen ruler, involuntarily trembled. His pair of dense white eyes stared intently at the masked black shadow person in front of him. His voice appeared deep and hoarse. "I have a way to allow you to see Jiu Zun The black shadow person opened his mouth once again. If he allowed Xiao Yang to continue, he would not be able to endure it even if Xiao Yang did not do anything. "Speak." Xiao Yang's gaze stared intently at the black shadow person in front of him. The huge ruler shook slightly and a fierce flame immediately burned intensely. It was prepared to attack the person in front of him at any moment. The latter's gaze paused on the heavy Shen ruler. This was especially the case when he looked at the heavenly flame. His gaze involuntarily revealed a grave expression. Faced with Xiao Yang's heavenly flame, his black fog was seriously suppressed. It was like snowflakes that had drifted into a bonfire and was instantly dissolved. If it was not because his own Do Qi far exceeded Xiao Yang's, it was likely that he would not be able to be as agile as he was now. After all, just by looking at Xiao Yang's appearance earlier, it was likely that an ordinary 6-star Do Di would have been blasted until he was no longer human. Kai. The huge ruler charged forward. The boiling hot air that was being burned by the flame was like a wave of wind as it pounded against the black shadow person's mask, causing the latter to hurriedly recover. He raised his head and discovered that Xiao Yang was looking down from above. Xiao Yang's eyes were indifferent as he stared at him. Xiao Yang's appearance was filled with killing intent. The powerful aura caused the surrounding empty space to ripple intensely, much like the surface of a lake where a huge rock had been thrown. This venerable self. I can allow you to see Jiu Zun However, I want something from you. The black silhouette took a moment to organize his words. Then, he grinned and said in a strange tone. Roar. A flame was emitted from the corner of Xiao Yang's mouth. The flame that covered the heavy Shen ruler became even fiercer. This was already Xiao Yang's answer. If I am not wrong, the Tushi ancient god's jade should be with you, right? Hearing the words that were spat out from the mouth of the black figure in front of him, even Xiao Yang, who was currently furious in his heart, could not help but feel an intense distortion in his pair of dense white eyes that were filled with a flame. His heart was incomparably shocked. It was unexpected that the reason why the people from the Ghost Hall had repeatedly come looking for him and even did not hesitate to capture Zun was actually because of the Tushi ancient god's jade. This action of theirs was no different from the Hun clan on the Dochi continent. Xiao Yang's eyes were startled as he stared at the empty space in front of him. The heavy Shen ruler in his hand was unknowingly lowered. Soon after, as long as you hand the Tushi ancient emperor's jade to me, I guarantee that you will definitely be able to meet your wife. While after confirming Xiao Yang after he, finally, Tushi ancient god's jade, it's the Tushi ancient god's jade again. The Tushi ancient god's jade repeatedly repeated in his heart. The fury in Xiao Yang's chest became even greater. He even ignored the black shadow's sudden withdrawal. Back then, all the disputes on the Dochi continent had resulted in the capture of Xiao Yang's father, the imprisonment of his teacher, and the destruction of his clan. All of this was because of this Tushi ancient god's jade. It was unexpected that the scene from back then would repeat itself in front of Xiao Yang after coming to this Yuanwu continent. Tu Shi ancient god, O Tu Shi ancient god, I have succeeded because of you and I have also failed because of you. In his fury, Xiao Yang flipped his hand and the Tu Shi ancient god's jade immediately landed in his hand. With a flip of his hand, the palm-sized ancient jade rotated a couple of times in Xiao Yang's palm before it was tightly held by Xiao Yang. A frightening force suddenly surged out. The furious threads of hatred in Xiao Yang's heart agglomerated in his palm at this moment. He could not help but pour them out. Creak, creak, creak. The frightening force had yet to completely pour out, but the ancient jade in Xiao Yang's hand had already emitted waves of creaking sounds. It seemed as though it was about to explode. Today, I will destroy you. Eliminate all future troubles. The dense white eyes were filled with blood red in the blink of an eye. Xiao Yang's face was ferocious. The veins on the back of his hand protruded as he attempted to crush the Tu Shi ancient god's jade in his hand. Once the Emperor Jade was crushed into powder by Xiao Yang, it would be impossible for the person in front of him to restore it even if he had great ability. At that time, all of their efforts would turn into a pile of bubbles. If the Tu Shi ancient god's jade is destroyed, you can forget about seeing Jiyu Zun'er again. Xiao Yang, you better think carefully. Seeing that Xiao Yang was actually so impolite, the Black Shadow Man was also suddenly shocked. The face under the mask was deathly pale. The Tu Shi ancient god's jade was too important to them. Once it was destroyed, even if he died 10 or 100 times, he would not be able to make up for the loss. Regardless of whether it was for the great plan of the faction behind him or for the sake of protecting his own life, the Black Shadow Man did not dare to let Xiao Yang destroy the Tu Shi ancient god's jade. Roar. Since you want it, take it. Suddenly, Xiao Yang's flushed face suddenly lifted up. At the same time, his large hand suddenly waved forward. Immediately, a ray of flowing light that was wrapped in dense white flames carried an extremely powerful might as it instantly tore apart the space in front of it and fiercely charged towards the Black Shadow Man. Wrapped in the flames, it was the Tu Shi ancient god's jade. Seeing this scene, the Black Shadow Man suddenly rejoiced in his heart. He did not expect that Xiao Yang would actually be so crazy as to throw the Emperor's jade to him. This really did not take any effort to obtain it. Overjoyed in his heart, the Black Shadow Man's body did not stop at all. With a move of his body, he turned into a pitch-black ray of flowing light and charged towards the flames that were shooting towards him. Almost at the same time, Xiao Yang's heart also moved. The Dragon Phoenix bloodline in his body was instantly activated, and an ancient symbol appeared between his eyebrows. In an instant, an incomparably powerful energy swept out from Xiao Yang's body like a storm. In the blink of an eye, it gathered into Xiao Yang's limbs and bones. The powerful energy caused Xiao Yang to involuntarily roar towards the sky. His pair of scarlet eyes were filled with killing intent. Great Tao of the Void, condense. Xiao Yang's face was ferocious. At the same time that the killing aura in his body surged out, the powerful Great Tao of the Void also crazily condensed. Bang 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 bang. Suddenly, 7 pitch-black tents suddenly condensed around the Black Shadow Man. Just as the latter recovered, a figure flashed in front of him. Xiao Yang's figure had filled up the 8th empty spot. What? The Black Shadow Man was greatly shocked and incomparably terrified. He did not expect that Xiao Yang would actually be so decisive. From the looks of it, could it be that he wanted to kill him here? How was this possible? A 7-star Do Di. There were not many opponents in the entire western region who could match him. How could a 5-star Do Di like him do it? Wanting to kill him was simply a fool's dream. The Black Shadow Man was both shocked and furious. He thought in this way unwillingly. Unfortunately, the shock in his heart caused him to forget how terrifying Xiao Yang was. 7 nearly solid human figures surfaced behind the 7 tents. They were Xiao Yang's avatars. The 9 avatars had merged into 7. Although their strength was insufficient, there were still 2 3-star Do Di among them. The remaining 5 had the current cultivation of an advanced 2-star Do Di. Additionally, Xiao Yang's strength was that of a 5-star Do Di. With the help of the clan tattoo and the Dragon Phoenix bloodline, his strength had been raised to an advanced 6-star Do Di. This lineup could be considered a top lineup even in the entire Western region. The 8 of them were holding a huge fire ruler in their hands. The flame on the huge ruler soared and shot to the sky. It was like 8 fire pillars that reached the sky. The firelight was tens of thousands of feet long and its aura was like a rainbow. 7-layer sky-breaking ruler. Soon after, the mouths of the 8 Xiaoyangs emitted an explosive cry in unison. The loud and clear cry reverberated in the sky above this magma purgatory. The bright red magma appeared to have been swept by a storm as the surface of the sea churned intensely. Soon after, 8 ruler glows with majestic auras gathered from 8 different directions and violently landed on the black human figure. Xiao Yang wanted to kill a DI with this attack. Chapter 831. The terrifying murderous aura that Xiao Yang displayed caused the black shadow person to be greatly alarmed. Facing attacks from 8 different directions, the black shadow person had no chance of dodging. The reason why Xiao Yang had used the Great Way of the Void was to block the black shadow person's counterattack and prevent him from escaping. Today, no matter what, Xiao Yang must make this fellow stay. 8 rays of ruler light soared into the sky like a graceful swan, and the sharpness reached into the depths of the dark night sky. The extremely terrifying aura merged into one in the sky, and the flames intertwined and connected with each other through the great path of the void. They turned into a large ring of fire and descended on the head of the black shadow. Ka. At this moment, the black shadow person crazily circulated the Do Chi in his body. Waves of dense, dark black Do Chi swiftly surged out from all over his body. At the same time, 12 dark black chains once again shot out from behind him. They were like numerous poisonous snakes that surrounded the black shadow person's body. Soul-locking chains. Soul-locking devouring spirit. The black shadow person emitted a sharp ear-piercing roar from his mouth. At the same time, turbulent, dark black Do Chi circled around the dark black chains and swiftly climbed up. The powerful Do Chi was wildly poured into the chains. At this moment, if one were to look again, one would discover that numerous strange, dark black symbols were carved on the dark black chains. The Do Chi was completely poured into those mysterious symbols. Buzz, 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 buzz. With the pouring in of Do Chi, the 12 chains immediately buzzed. A black glow lingered on them and the chains immediately appeared to have come alive. Following the black shadow person's order, they separately faced the 8 ruler lights that were shot from all directions. Of the 12 chains, 5 of them faced the attacks of a 2-star Do Di avatar. The other 4 faced the attacks of 2-star Do Di avatars. As for the last 3, they directly faced Xiao Yang. The black shadow person intended to use this method to block Xiao Yang's attacks from all directions. It had to be said that, relatively speaking, his method was indeed wise. Xiao Yang, who possessed 9 avatars, was like a moving group. He appeared to be alone, but if he summoned all his avatars, in addition to the Northern King, there would be an elite Do Di on Xiao Yang's side. The separation of the incarnations did indeed exhaust quite a lot of Xiao Yang's spiritual strength. However, anyone could differentiate the pros and cons of creating 9 elite Do Di in an instant. And it was precisely because these 7 people were all Xiao Yang's clones that once the 8 auras merged together, the power that erupted would definitely multiply. And the Black Shadow Man's attempt to break through them one by one would undoubtedly reduce a lot of pressure for himself. Bang 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 bang. Immediately after, a violent collision sounded in the sky like muffled thunder. The 12 pitch-black chains expanded in the wind, and in the blink of an eye, they had expanded by more than 100 times. Looking at it at this moment, the size of these 12 chains was much larger than the giant python that had been swallowed in the magma below. The 12 chains were like 12 enormous beasts as they collided with the 8 ruler lights. Immediately, the sea of magma below began to churn violently. The waves of fire slammed against each other as if they had come alive. They charged into the air together, twisting and turning into various shapes. After which, they carried a long line of fire as they heavily smashed into the sea of magma. The waves of fire churned even more violently. The collision in the sky also became more and more shocking. The instant the two sides collided, the endless space exploded. The pitch-black space began to distort intensely. The enormous chains were inserted into the ruler lights. For a short period of time, Both sides were in a stalemate. However, waves of Do-Chi continued to pour into the chain with the support of his powerful Do-Chi by relying on his strength of an intermediate 7-star Do-Di. The enormous chain, which was inserted into the ruler glow, suddenly trembled. With a Kai sound, it was inserted even further. The majestic ruler lights swiftly dimmed. The dense white flame that was fiercely burning on it also gradually weakened. It appeared that it would be completely extinguished in a short moment. I thought that you would have some tricks up your sleeves. It turns out that you are merely putting on an act. You have a pride, but you are unable to support it. If you are only like this, then today, this venerable self will take both you and the Chu-Shi ancient god's jade. The mouth of the black figure immediately emitted a disdainful cold laugh when he saw that Xiao Yang's strength was not as strong as what he had displayed earlier. From the looks of it, he had thought too highly of Xiao Yang. Even with the help of the heavenly flame, just how big of a wave could a mere ruler glow stir in the face of absolute strength? Roar! Seeing that the ruler lights were about to be broken, Xiao Yang's pair of scarlet eyes finally shone brightly. The moment he raised his head, the other 7 avatars also moved in sync. The enormous fire ruler in their hands was suddenly lifted. When it fell once again, another ruler light was emitted. This one's strength was even greater than the previous one as it violently charged into the previous ruler light. In merely one ruler light, the flames on the 8 ruler lights immediately soared. They shot to the sky and intertwined with each other. Looking from a distance, it appeared as though an enormous fire cluster was standing in the sky. The dazzling glow was even more eye-catching than the sun during the day. Ka. In front of the shocked eyes of the black shadow person under the mask, the 12 enormous chains began to swiftly twist at a speed visible to the naked eye. The joints of the chains emitted a ka sound of metal twisting. The thing that caused one to be even more stunned was that numerous dark black metal fragments actually fell from the chains. At this moment, the expression on the face under the mask was actually even more terrifying than the mask. His 10 fingers moved together. Surging Do-Chi crazily surged out from the vortex within his body. He really wished that he could spit out all of his Do-Chi in one go. From this, one could see just how anxious the black shadow person was in his heart at this moment. However, the instant waves of enormous Do-Chi poured into the chains, the 8 Xiao Yang held the enormous ruler in their hands and repeatedly waved it. In one breath, they continuously swung out 7 feet. Ruler lights shot out. Each ruler was stronger than the last. One could see that before the 7th ruler light was swung out, the 12 chains that the black shadow person had released suddenly burst apart and turned into numerous fragments. Under the frighteningly high temperature of the bone-chilling flame, they were incinerated into nothingness. Grug. After the chains were destroyed, the black shadow person, who was the master, could not resist once again spitting out a mouthful of fresh blood. The distorted face under the mask swiftly became deathly white. However, before he could recover, the 8 ruler lights, which had broken the chains but did not reduce in strength, continued to descend. The instant the black shadow person raised his head, they simultaneously struck his body. Bang! After a long while, the body of the black shadow person appeared to have been struck by lightning. Fresh scarlet blood splashed out from all over his body. Within his pair of shady old eyes, his pupils instantly shrunk to the size of a needle tip. After which, they swiftly enlarged. His life force swiftly disappeared at this moment. The strange mask on his face rose into the air. Before it fell, it was grabbed by a powerless hand. Chapter 832. At this moment, it should have been late at night in the desolate desert. However, it was as if it was daytime. The yellow sand below seemed to have come alive as it surged and flowed, emitting a bright red-hot glow. Upon closer inspection, one would discover that it was not yellow sand, but a boiling hot purgatory of magma. This place was like the scene after a volcano had erupted. It was more like a purgatory on Earth. Xiao Yang weakly held the strange mask in his palm. Only then did an exhausted expression appear on his face. The moment his body relaxed, he felt his entire body become limp. His body hung shakily in the air as if it could fall down at any moment. Raising all aspects of his body to their peak condition in a short period of time, or even surpassing it, placed an extremely heavy burden on Xiao Yang. Just the attack earlier had exhausted quite a lot of Xiao Yang's dou qi from the vortex in his body. Even his spiritual strength had been exhausted by more than half. At this moment, Xiao Yang no longer had any extra strength to continue staying in this empty space. He needed to make the best use of his time to leave this place. Xiao Yang forcefully endured the feeling of emptiness in his body as well as the nearly uncontrollable dizziness in his mind. He suddenly waved his large hand and swiftly stored the Northern King into his storage ring. The avatar around him had already disappeared. His body moved. He did not have the time to determine his direction as he randomly charged in a certain direction. Currently, he only wanted to leave this place as quickly as possible. As for the body of the Black Shadow, which had already been declared dead, it fell uncontrollably. Finally, it fell into the hot magma below. Splash! A circle of splash-like waves was set off on the surface of the magma. The waves quickly spread out, and after spreading out more than 100 feet, it gradually calmed down. At this time, the position where the figure fell just now seemed as if nothing had happened. Nearly an hour after Xiao Yang left, the calm magma suddenly began to churn intensely. Accompanied by a sharp miserable cry, an extremely illusionary spiritual body, whose image was difficult to capture, suddenly charged out from the churning magma. The magma that wrapped around the human figure gradually fell when he revealed himself. Looking at his appearance, even though his body was already extremely thin, one could roughly recognize that this fellow was surprisingly the person from the ghost hall, who had been killed by Xiao Yang's strong points. After receiving a total of 56 feet of Xiao Yang's attack, he was still able to retain a thread of his soul. It must be said that this fellow's life was extremely tenacious. However, given his current condition, the degree of weakness of his spiritual strength made it difficult for him to recover. It would be difficult for him to even protect himself with this thread of soul fragment. However, in order to survive, he could only forcefully support his extremely weak soul fragment and flee in the opposite direction from where Xiao Yang had left. On the other side, Xiao Yang's condition had also plummeted. As the strength of the Dragon Phoenix bloodline was gradually withdrawn, the clan tattoo between his brows, which was flickering like a star, also swiftly dimmed. In the end, after flying for an unknown period of time, Xiao Yang's body uncontrollably fell downwards. In the final instant before Xiao Yang lost consciousness, a ray of light shot into his eyes. At the same time, Xiao Yang's entire body also fell unconscious. After which, he heavily smashed into the desert below like a meteor. Beside him was a strange grass that appeared withered and yellow, but was secretly filled with life. Time was like the gravel in the air as it flew towards the distant sky, gradually moving further and further away. Compared to the boundless desert, the changes in the environment within the desert were not quick and obvious. However, at the same time, the degree of danger was even more terrifying than the desert. In this place, even though the weather was dry and hot all year round, fresh blood would never dry up. This was because, in this place, there were people or magical beasts dying almost every moment. The blood from the massacre was enough to condense into a river of blood within the desert. However, under the erosion of time, this boundless river of blood had long been buried under the thick dust. In the scorching desert, magical beasts ran amok. The nature of magical beasts made them even more sensitive to any living creature. At this moment, the sharp dog noses of a group of desolate wolves smelled a special scent in the air. That scent caused them to feel infatuation and fanaticism. That scent was like a living person, but also like a corpse that had just lost its breath. This was practically equivalent to picking up a delicious meal for free, causing the nature of these fellows, who were not small in size, to become even crazier. In a short while, this group of desolate wolves arrived at the source of the scent. However, the result that appeared in front of their eyes made them feel stupefied. At this very moment, what appeared in front of this group of desolate wolves was still a desolate desert that was as empty as ever. Sand and rocks flew everywhere. Other than a few stalks of grass that were rolling in the wind, there was nothing else. In the surroundings, there were a few slopes that could be considered steep, surrounding this area into a natural small basin. At this moment, this group of desolate wolves was right in the middle of this basin. Looking carefully, In the middle of the copper-like soil, there was a circle of strange yellow powder that seemed to be sprinkled by someone. Roar! The leading desolate wolf let out a low roar of uneasiness. The group of wolves behind it also seemed to have felt something. Magical beasts' perception of danger seemed to far surpass humans. However, when they sensed this point, it was often too late. Ha 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 ha. This group of wild brats really did come in. This is great. As long as we take their dog skins and add on their dog meat and dog bones, that guy Jinji shouldn't stop us, right? Right at this moment, in the surroundings of the basin, a group of human figures suddenly appeared. They formed an encirclement and surrounded the group of desolate wolves in the basin. Roar! The group of desolate wolves suddenly became chaotic. Wolf howls suddenly rang out. Each and every one of them tucked their tails between their legs, but their ears were raised high. The group of desolate wolves couldn't help but shrink together. Lie, don't be careless anymore. Even though this group of animals doesn't have much attack power, their speed is very fast. This time, you must not let them run away. In the crowd, a middle-aged man spoke to the sturdy young man who spoke a moment ago. His words contained a bit of warning. Immediately after, the crowd, under the leadership of the middle-aged man, quickly fought with the group of desolate wolves. When the battle started, miserable cries endlessly rang out. The group of desolate wolves quickly retreated, but as for the imagined deaths and injuries, they did not appear. The miserable cries of the desolate wolves instead sounded as if they were deliberately doing it. It was as if they wanted to disturb the emotions of the humans in front of them. The entire group of desolate wolves looked extremely chaotic, but in reality, they were all under the control of the head wolf. The group of desolate wolves was orderly, and they moved like ghosts. The crowd was split into several groups by them. As a result, everyone's power was equally distributed, so the group of desolate wolves would not quickly be defeated under everyone's attacks. The desolate wolves freely shuttled back and forth within the crowd. They were not affected by the crowd in the slightest. This was just like what the middle-aged man said. The degree of agility of the desolate wolves was far above that of ordinary human experts. In a short period of time, the group of desolate wolves and the human race was in a relatively balanced state. Chapter 833. However, human experts were in the majority after all. Over time, it was inevitable that some wild wolves would be knocked down by the crowd's attacks. However, following the wolf pack's counterattack, the crowd also gradually started to have casualties. For a moment, the battle between the two races became even more intense. However, at a certain moment, the sturdy young man in the crowd caught a glimpse of a black-robed, pale-faced, unconscious human in the underbrush. Just at that moment, a wild wolf retreated in the direction of the black-robed human. If its huge wolf claws were to trample on that person's body, it would probably leave a huge hole in his body in an instant. Lie was slightly startled in his heart. After all, they were all humans. Relatively speaking, he, who was more warm-hearted, could not bear to see this unfamiliar black-robed man die under the feet of the wild wolf. The sturdy young man flashed and already arrived in front of the unconscious man's head. At the same time that the wolf claws descended, he quickly dragged the black-robed man's body back a certain distance. Only then was he able to dodge this dangerous attack. However, in the next moment, just as the sturdy young man was about to gasp for breath, the head wolf of the wild wolf pack suddenly appeared behind him. Its sharp wolf claws extended and fiercely slashed through the air, leaving behind a vacuum. In the blink of an eye, it had already appeared above the sturdy young man's head. At the same time, the faces of some of the leaders in the crowd suddenly changed. In such a short distance, they simply did not have enough time to make a rescue. They could only stare blankly as the sturdy young man died under the wolf claws. At that moment, even the sturdy young man himself felt despair at the bottom of his heart. How could he have thought that he, who was only trying to save someone out of kindness, would instead bring himself and the black-robed man into the abyss of death? However, in the instant that the wolf claws were about to descend, a sharp gaze, like an invisible arrow, instantly pierced through the wolf king's head. Even though it did not use any power or even cause spatial fluctuations, the wild wolf king instantly lost all of its life force. The sharp wolf claws that were aimed at the burly young man fell to the ground uncontrollably. The moment its huge body fell to the ground, a thick cloud of dust was kicked up. Immediately after, the surrounding wolf pack was also shocked by this sudden change. Following the death of the Wolf King, the wolf pack became even crazier. Without the slightest bit of order, each of them crazily ran towards the outside of the crowd. Unfortunately, without the slightest bit of order, the wolf pack was quickly surrounded once again. Everyone went up together and dozens of huge wild wolves fell down one by one. In only a short period of time, dozens of wild wolves were completely suppressed by the people present. Half of them had already died. Enough. Leave some leeway for everything. 20 wild wolves. Even if we take out half, the remaining 10 will be enough for our own people. We don't need to kill that many. Just as everyone was preparing to take action and kill the remaining dozens of wild wolves, the middle-aged man in the lead spoke out and stopped them. Hearing this, everyone also obeyed their respective orders. Although they acted recklessly and were usually boorish, they were completely convinced by this person's words. Seeing everyone stop with his own eyes, the middle-aged man turned his gaze towards the burly young man. At this moment, the latter's entire body was covered in cold sweat as he supported the black-robed young man who had already woken up in his embrace. And this black-robed young man was naturally Xiao Yang without a doubt. "Chempage. You brat, you almost died under the Wolf King's claws just now. Do you know that?" Before the person arrived, a low reprimanding voice had already sounded out. Following that, the burly young man's face also revealed a hint of shame. "Sorry, Uncle Feng Lun. I'll be careful next time." The burly young man's face was red as he deeply lowered his head and said with an extremely soft voice, "Chempage. How many times have you said these words to me? Every time, you say you'll be careful. Every time, you only cause trouble for others. Someone saved you before, and this time, you were lucky, so you survived. Then in the future, if you're alone outside, who will save you?" But enough. You don't need to say any more. I don't want to hear your excuses. As for him, when he looked at Xiao Yang again, the middle-aged man couldn't help but wrinkle his eyebrows. In his mind, he recalled the Wolf King's seemingly dead state a moment ago. Originally, that claw would have solidly landed on the bodies of the 2 young men in front of him. However, at that crucial moment, the Wolf King suddenly died. How could there be such a coincidence in this world? Within their own group, there was absolutely no one who had strength strong enough to easily kill the Wolf King. Unless it was the black-robed young man with a pale complexion standing in front of him. However, this young man clearly had the appearance of a heavily injured person. Moreover, based on the latter's age, it was probably impossible for him to possess that kind of strength. Was he thinking too much? The middle-aged man inwardly shook his head in his heart. He didn't say anything else and only coldly snorted to express his dissatisfaction. He then returned to the front of the group and instructed everyone to put away the required wild wolf corpses. After that, the group of people quickly dashed towards the direction they came from, leaving behind a group of temporarily trapped wild wolves. Our Lai carried the frail body of Xiao Yang on his back and followed at the very back of the group. The people in front of him had long since become accustomed to his way of doing things. Our Lai was a person who was overly zealous. He had saved too many people, but generally speaking, the majority of people would have a skeptical attitude towards his kind help. There were even quite a few people who repaid kindness with enmity. However, our Lai wasn't affected in the slightest. Using our Lai's words, he saved those people. As long as they didn't kill him, what could they possibly take from him? Even if they were gifted to him, he wouldn't necessarily want a destitute brat. As for our Lai's reason for saving people, it was because he hoped that he could become a hero, a powerhouse. A hero was definitely a powerhouse, but a powerhouse wasn't necessarily a hero. That was what our Lai had always been telling himself. Unfortunately, his heart made him a powerful expert, but his cultivation level, up until now, he was only a 3-star half-martial emperor. With that kind of strength, he couldn't even be considered as a mainstay in their group, let alone a hero. Sigh, following at the very back of the group, our Lai deeply sighed in his heart. His body moved and even more things surged out from his body. Traces of sweat appeared on his forehead as he strenuously followed the group in front of him. At the same time, Xiao Yang, who was on his back, opened his pitch-black eyes. Although there was a bit of exhaustion on his face, his cultivation and strength were currently slowly recovering. Looking at the group in front of him, then glancing at the sturdy young man who was currently carrying him, the corner of Xiao Yang's mouth revealed a grateful smile. Chapter 834. Xiao Yang stayed on Our Lie's back for nearly half a day. Only when the sky was about to turn dark and the time was close to evening did the group of dozens of people arrive at a station surrounded by earth and rocks. Here, there were many carriages and tents. Some traces of bonfires that had already been extinguished on the ground told Xiao Yang that this group of people had already stayed here for a period of time. Even the carriages that were transporting goods were similarly covered with a layer of sand. This further proved Xiao Yang's conjecture in his heart. And from this group's attire and the way they walked, Xiao Yang roughly guessed that this group of people should be a mercenary group. From the looks of it, they were escorting goods. Previously, when he heard their conversation, the reason why this group of people wanted to kill the wild wolf was to enter the nearest city, Wuyu City. Because it was the only large city in this desert, everyone had to pay a certain amount of fees to enter Wuyu City. And on this journey, in order to pass through the desert, they had already used up a lot of resources. Now that they had arrived here, in order to make it easier to enter the city, they had no choice but to choose to kill the wild wolf. They wanted to use the valuable items on the wild wolf as the fee to enter the city. All right, brothers. We have already stayed here for a period of time. Since we have collected enough fees today, there is no time to lose. Let's set off now. The sky is getting dark. Be careful. At night, that group of beasts will be crazy. Don't let them tear off a piece of you. The middle-aged man in the lead warned the rest of the team. Everyone nodded, and the man did not say anything else. He walked straight to Our Lie. The rest of the team could make him feel at ease, but Our Lie was the only one he could not stop worrying about. Uncle Feng Lun, don't worry. I will definitely be careful. Seeing the middle-aged man walking towards him, Our Lie nodded his head heavily at Feng Lun and said with a smile. Mpage, I hope so. Tonight, you will follow me. You are not allowed to go anywhere. Feng Lun's tone was somewhat resentful that Our Lie did not live up to his expectations. Just as his words fell, he raised his eyes to look at Xiao Yang and said with an impatient tone, "You also come with me." When he said this, Feng Lun deliberately glanced at Xiao Yang again. Even he didn't know why. Hearing Feng Lun's words, Xiao Yang, who was sitting cross-legged beside Our Lie and slowly recovering his strength with the help of medicinal pills, could not help but be startled. He raised his eyes to look at Feng Lun, the expression in his eyes somewhat strange. An 8-star half-martial emperor, the strongest person in this group, wants me, a 5-star Do Di, to follow behind him? Unfortunately, Feng Lun had already let the two of them pass and was walking towards a tent. He could not see the expression on Xiao Yang's face. Haha, little brother, don't mind it. Although Uncle Feng Lun appears to be a cold and indifferent person, in reality, he is most concerned about the life and death of our group. He does not wish for anything to happen to us and has always used his greatest ability to protect everyone in the group. Unfortunately, although I also wish to share this burden with him, I have always disappointed Uncle Feng Lun and have always caused trouble for him. At the end of his words, a sense of self-blame surged into Our Lie's words. The smile that had just been revealed on his face was also involuntarily withdrawn. Hearing this, Xiao Yang smiled and nodded his head. After which, he cupped his hands toward Our Lie and said, "Big brother Our Lie, thank you for saving my life today. Otherwise, I'm afraid that I would have died under the claws of that wild wolf." Haha, little brother, there is no need to be so polite. The wild wolf is originally our prey. Additionally, we are all humans. It is reasonable for us to help each other. Our Lie smiled. His smile appeared to be quite comfortable and brilliant. That's right, I have yet to ask for little brother's name. Our Lie suddenly recovered, appearing to have recalled something. When Xiao Yang heard the former's words, he was also slightly at a loss. After hesitating for a moment in his heart, he said, "I am Xiao Yang. Feng Lai. They all call me Our Lie. You should also call me that." Xiao Yang smiled and nodded his head. He called out Our Lie. Our Lie's mouth also repeated his name. The two of them faced each other and laughed. Immediately after, just as Xiao Yang raised his head, he saw a beautiful young girl wearing a white long skirt from a nearby luxurious tent. She was currently walking out with light and graceful steps. Slightly startled, Xiao Yang did not investigate too carefully. He never would have thought that there would actually be a woman here. Moreover, looking at her cultivation, she could be considered to be at the top within this group of people. She was a 7-star half-emperor. When Xiao Yang's gaze moved up and swept past the latter's exquisite and delicate body, he saw a face that was as beautiful as a flower roll. Willowy eyebrows and skin were as white as snow. Almond eyes, pretty nose, and mouth were like sandalwood. However, although she was naturally gorgeous, the indifferent temperament that was imperceptibly pervaded the air made people feel that she was like a snow lotus on an iceberg. She was proud and independent, and kept people 1,000 miles away. Uncle Feng, who is this person? Why did he appear in our group? Soon, the young girl discovered the gaze that Xiao Yang shot at her. That gaze was poles apart from that of ordinary people. It was not the kind of gaze that was filled with reverence. Instead, it was filled with pure admiration. Haha, Miss Fang, there is no need to mind. This person was saved by us on the way. When we arrive at Wuyu City, we will let him leave. Seeing that the young girl in front of him actually changed the topic to Xiao Yang, a stranger, Feng Lun could not help but be stunned for a moment. Then, he respectfully told the truth. Oh. The young girl lightly nodded her head. The expression on her face seemed to be saying, "No wonder you dared to look at me like that." Soon, the entire group was ready to set off. The goods that had landed on the ground were reloaded onto the carriage. Everyone also stood up. Dozens of people surrounded the two sides of the carriage to protect it. From a certain point of view, the goods on the carriage were more important than their lives. This was the most cohesive performance of a mercenary group. The sky quickly darkened. The pitch-black night sky seemed to have pulled a black curtain over the world. No one knew what kind of story would unfold next. However, in everyone's heart, they all hoped that this night would be calm and windless. Like a piece of white paper, they would rather abandon it than add unnecessary colors to it. Brother Arlai, who is that girl? From what I see, she doesn't seem to be a member of your group. With the carriage, Xiao Yang and Arlai lazily sat on it. The people around them did not seem to care. Out of boredom, Xiao Yang curiously asked about the young girl. Hehe, she is very beautiful. Miss Fang is the daughter of a big family. In addition to transporting goods, our main purpose of crossing the desert this time is to protect Miss Fang's safety. The desert is full of magical beasts. You should have a deep understanding of it. Arlai parted his mouth and smiled. Xiao Yang, on the other hand, was slightly startled when he heard these words. His mind immediately recalled the scene where he had seen Zun in that shattered jade token. The pair of hands under his sleeves also quietly clenched tightly at this moment. Zun, wait for me. Chapter 835. Miss Fang's family was located in Helan City, which was relatively close to Wuyu City. Her family was the second largest faction in Holland City and had been on par with the Wang family for many years. However, the Wang family was growing stronger and stronger. Their strength had already surpassed the Fang family and they were about to swallow them up. Of course, Xiao Yang was not concerned about this matter. As the saying goes, one should not worry about things that did not concern him. Xiao Yang was never a person who liked to meddle in other people's business. The night was long. After chatting with Arlai for a while, Xiao Yang sat down. With a thought, the flame mantra chi method began to circulate. Threads of natural energy appeared to be attracted and gathered towards Xiao Yang. As for Arlai, he was called over by Feng Lun and helplessly followed behind Feng Lun. As these energies flowed into his body, Do Qi gradually gathered within Xiao Yang's almost exhausted vortex. His cultivation was gradually recovering under this kind of slow training. Fortunately, the group did not meet with any danger after traveling for an entire night in the desolate desert. Xiao Yang was in a state of self-recovery. Few people in the group had a good impression of this stranger. However, no one wanted to provoke him either. This allowed Xiao Yang to be even more peaceful. After a night of training, Xiao Yang's strength had only recovered by 20%. Under normal circumstances, given the wonders of the flame mantra, Xiao Yang would be able to recover to his peak in one night. However, as he was currently in the group and did not want to alarm them, Xiao Yang's training speed was slowed to this extent. During the day, other than 2 short breaks, the group continued to travel towards the west. According to the leader Feng Lun, the group would reach Wuyu City in around 3 days. At that time, Xiao Yang would be separated from them. 3 days her. Xiao Yang softly muttered in his mouth and once again entered into a state of training. 3 days, including the daytime, was sufficient for Xiao Yang to fully recover. However, on the night of the second day, night fell and a bleak atmosphere once again filled the area. Just as the group finished their third break, between heaven and earth, a fierce gust of yin wind suddenly rushed towards the entire convoy. On the carriage, Xiao Yang's tightly shut eyes suddenly opened. A pair of pitch-black deep eyes looked directly at the front of the group. At that spot, where no one could see, a huge beast was swiftly charging towards the group. "Everyone be careful, there is danger." Feng Lun, who was leading the group, immediately frowned when he sensed this unusual cold wind. After traveling in this desert for many years, he could not be more familiar with the environment. However, he had never encountered such a strange cold wind. Unless what he was facing was not this strange cold wind. A huge beast with frightening strength. At this moment, even young Lady Fang had a solemn expression on her pretty face as she walked out from her personal residence. Strands of milky white douqi lingered from her jade-like palm and agglomerated into a solid douqi armor on the surface of the young lady's body. In a short span of a couple of breaths, everyone in the group had taken out their weapons. Their eyes looked all around them. Their hearts were filled with anxiety as they prepared for a big battle. 10,000 feet, 5,000 feet, 100 feet, it's here. At the front of the group, Feng Lun and young Lady Fang were already prepared for battle. The two of them each took out a pitch-black long spear and a snow-white long sword. Although the sky was dark, a huge silhouette had already appeared in their line of sight. The one who had come was actually a 9-star half-emperor. Facing them with such strength, it would undoubtedly be a one-sided battle. Even though this was the case, they had no choice but to brace themselves and rush forward in the face of such a battle. Just as the entire group was prepared for battle, Xiao Yang, who was in a carriage at the back, moved his heart. A vast and mighty spiritual strength swiftly surged out from between his brows at this moment. It passed by everyone below and arrived in front of the huge beast in the blink of an eye. "Get lost." A soundless cry continued to resound within the huge beast's mind. Immediately, the huge beast's body, which was originally rushing forward, came to a sudden halt. Its entire body trembled as it stood still on the spot. The original thought of looting everything in its heart was also instantly shattered at this moment. Being able to reach the level of a 9-star half-emperor, the intelligence of this huge beast was naturally not inferior to a human. Just from that stern cry from earlier, it was able to clearly understand that the other party was definitely an elite Do Di. How would a mere Ban Di dare to go against the will of an elite Do Di? Immediately, this huge beast emitted a low obedient roar. Under the solemn mood of everyone in front, it suddenly turned around and fled in the direction that it had come from. Only after a dozen breaths later, did the group led by Feng Lun gradually recover while their hearts were filled with shock. They sensed that the originally powerful pressure that was about to descend had actually swiftly retreated like a tide at this moment. The hearts of everyone present felt incomparably shocked. The sky was still pitch black. As a precaution, the group once again rested on the spot for a moment. Only after they confirmed that the beast would not return did everyone stand up and continue their journey to the west. During the subsequent journey, the same thing happened 3 times in succession. The thing that caused them to feel the most suspicious was that on the third time, everyone in the convoy had clearly discovered traces of a group of magical beasts. However, the same scene as before appeared once again. Before everyone could see those magical beasts with their own eyes, the magical beasts would quickly scatter and flee in all directions. It was as though they had been frightened by something. This caused everyone in the convoy to feel puzzled. At the same time, Feng Lun's and young Lady Fang's gazes involuntarily landed on the carriage behind them and the black-robed, young man who was lazily lying on the goods. All of this seemed to have started after this black-robed, young man had joined their convoy. Could it really be him? Feng Lun and young Lady Fang involuntarily had this thought in their hearts. However, when they thought about it carefully, the latter was merely a young man. Moreover, he had an injured body. How could it be possible for him to force back so many magical beasts? It was likely that there was another reason behind this. Without the harassment of the magical beasts, the speed of the convoy's advance was undoubtedly much faster. Everyone did not pause even a little during the third day's journey. It was only noon when the outline of a city appeared in front of everyone's eyes. Tall city walls stood on the ground. The human flow in front of them also gradually increased. At the very front of Xiao Yang's line of sight, he could clearly see 3 large words carved on the tall and mighty city gate in a dragon-like manner. Wu Yu City. Chapter 836. Wu Yu City was located at the border of the Western Wastelands region. It was located in the Gobi Desert. To the east was a desolate desert while to the west was desolate. The land was barren and not a single green leaf could be seen. This place could be said to be the most barren place in the Yuanwu continent. However, it was after all one of the top cities in the outer regions of the Western Wastelands region. The size and prosperity of Wu Yu City could be seen at a glance. As far as the eye could see, the black-colored city walls were towering and one could not even see the edge of the city walls. Large clusters of buildings emerged from the city and each building was taller than the other. It was as if they were competing with each other. Human traffic flowed in and out of the city like a tide and the noise reached the sky. Based on this, one could tell that the prosperity of Wu Yu City was not inferior to Yang City. It is indeed worthy of being a large city at the border of the Western Wastelands region. It can be considered grand. Xiao Yang's figure leaped down from the carriage. His footsteps were relaxed as he arrived at the front of the group. After 3 days of training, Xiao Yang's aura had completely recovered to its peak. Since the group had already arrived at this place, it was likely time for them to leave. However, when Xiao Yang's figure arrived at the front of the group, quite a number of people from the crowd behind threw surprised gazes at Xiao Yang. Xiao Yang's action just now appeared to be relaxed and casual. However, the relaxed manner in which he flashed past everyone, as well as the cool breeze that he carried when his body flashed past, had unknowingly revealed his shocking speed to everyone. When one's strength reached the Do Di class, all aspects of one's body would be greatly strengthened. In terms of speed alone, it was already not something that an ordinary Ban Di could compare with. Although one could not tell anything from Xiao Yang's actions earlier, everyone present was certain that there were not many people in the group who possessed such an agile agility. It seemed that this little fellow was not an ordinary person. The few people in the group looked at each other and saw a shocked expression in each other's eyes. At this moment, Feng Lun and young Lady Fang, who were at the front of the group, also sensed the arrival of the people behind them. The two of them turned their heads to look at the latter. However, Xiao Yang's figure had already appeared beside the two of them at the same time. Hiss! The hearts of the two of them were startled. They did not expect the speed of this black-robed young man to be faster than they had expected. Immediately, the expressions of the two of them changed a little. Fortunately, this person had been recovering from his injuries along the way. Otherwise, it was likely that they would be in quite a lot of trouble if they were to fight with him. Fortunately, they had already arrived at Wu Yu City. They had already arrived at their destination. Xiao Yang and Xiao Yang's group. In this way. And Xiao Yang's group. Brother. Brother Feng Lun. Brother. Suddenly, the bored Feng Lai by the side discovered Xiao Yang's existence. Immediately, he bared his teeth and took a large stride forward, directly grabbing Xiao Yang's shoulders. The loud laughter in his mouth attracted the attention of quite a number of passers-by around them. Xiao Yang smiled. He had a good impression of our Lai in his heart. This was probably due to the latter's cheerful character. He seemed to be able to get along well with anyone and laugh happily. It was indeed not easy for such a character to exist in this mainland. Heh. This is Wu Yu City. It's huge, right? Our Lai smiled. It was as if he was showing off to Xiao Yang. Of course, this kind of showing off was very pure and did not contain any other impurities, nor was it intentional. Yes. Xiao Yang smiled and nodded his head. He had originally intended to leave. However, because of this fellow, he decided to stay. Let's enter the city first. It won't be too late to leave after we enter the city. Xiao Yang secretly delayed in his heart. This is the second largest city I have visited. In the future, I will visit even bigger cities. I swear that I will travel the entire mainland. Lai continued to laugh heartily as he boasted about his ridiculous dream. Xiao Yang nodded his head in agreement. To travel the entire mainland, first of all, one must have courage. Secondly, one must have cultivation strength. Only with enough courage would he be able to persist in his original intentions and beliefs. Strength was a shortcut to speed up his progress. This dream might seem small, but if it could be realized, then Lai would definitely become a truly respected expert. Those who thought his dream was ridiculous were the real fools. Here, this is for you. Taking advantage of the fact that Feng Lun and Miss Fang were discussing something, Xiao Yang extended his hand in front of Lai and a green scroll appeared in his hand. This was a wood attribute middle-level chi method. Compared to Lai's own chi method, it was many times stronger. Through his perception, Xiao Yang could clearly sense Lai's own attributes. Perhaps it was because Lai had saved his life, or perhaps it was because Xiao Yang was overflowing with sympathy that he gave this cultivation technique to him. What is this? Lai frowned as a trace of suspicion appeared on his tanned face. This is something that can help you travel the entire mainland. However, you can only look at it after I leave. Furthermore, you must not let a second person see it. Otherwise, it will lose its effect. Xiao Yang smiled. While Lai was still in a daze, he stuffed the scroll into Lai's arms. At the same time, the convoy arrived in front of the city gate. The crowded crowd gradually dispersed. The passers-by in front also made way for them. The convoy of dozens of people swaggered and arrived in front of the city gate without any hindrance. There were over a dozen guards wearing scarlet-yellow armor at the entrance of the city. One of them, who appeared to be the leader, walked forward with an expressionless face when he saw this group of people. The long spear in his hand blocked the entrance of the city, blocking everyone's path. Leader Feng, we are old acquaintances. I don't need to say any more nonsense. Here is the entrance fee. Feng Lun had brought dozens of brothers and mingled in the western wastelands for so many years, so he naturally recognized the guards of Wuyu City. It was just that the relationship between the two guards was not friendly. Mph. I, Feng Lun, have walked this path countless times. I naturally understand the rules. Brothers, take out your fees and let our captain go properly examine it. Feng Lun laughed loudly. Especially when he read the surname of the person in front of him, the people behind him all followed and laughed loudly. Even some passers-by couldn't help but blush, yet they didn't dare to laugh out loud. It was very obvious that in their hearts, they were especially afraid of this Captain Go. Bang! 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 Immediately after, along with a series of rumbling sounds of heavy objects falling onto the ground, the corpses of wild wolves appeared in front of the city gate. Instantly, countless figures flew into the sky and each of them dodged and scattered. At the same time, a shock couldn't help but surge into their eyes when they looked at Feng Lun and the others. These are 20 wild wolves. TSK. That's a huge fortune. The passers-by were all shocked. They didn't think that Feng Lun's group would actually take out 20 wild wolves as the entrance fee. And after Feng Lun's group took out the 20 wild wolves, they also looked at the shock on Captain Go's face with a smile that was not a smile. They also didn't think that Feng Lun's group would actually be able to kill 20 wild wolves. However, just as Feng Lun looked at Captain Go with a cold smile on his face, the latter suddenly laughed coldly and said with a grin, 20 wild wolves. This can truly be said to be an astonishing achievement. However, Feng Lun frowned slightly. He felt a wave of uneasiness in his heart from the expression that this guy revealed on his face. According to what I know, including you, there are a total of 80 people in your mercenary group. And right now, you seem to have brought 2 more outsiders. I will pay for Miss Fang's fees. You only need to let her pass. What about him? Captain Go's gaze turned and looked at Xiao Yang again. His eyes narrowed as he asked. He. Brat, for us to be able to send you here is already the greatest kindness. If you don't want to cause trouble for us, you can either use your own money to enter the city right now, or please leave our group. Uncle Feng Lun, you shut up. This matter is his own, so it should be settled by him. Feng Lun spoke to Xiao Yang. The meaning of his words was clearly to have Xiao Yang take the initiative to leave his group. Just as Alei was about to open his mouth, he was stunned by the latter's berating. Feng Lun's gaze, on the other hand, had been on Xiao Yang's body from the beginning to the end, as if he was waiting for his decision. Xiao Yang smiled slightly and shrugged his shoulders. His feet moved a little to the side and retreated into the crowd. Only after seeing this did Feng Lun withdraw his gaze. He once again looked at Captain Go in front of him and said in a deep voice, "Now we can go in, right?" If it was any other time, Feng Lun's group would have already entered long ago. However, today, Feng Lun had humiliated Captain Go's surname. This made Captain Go somewhat unwilling. The reason why he had said those words just now was only to give Feng Lun a show of strength. However, he did not expect that it would actually end like this. Seeing that Feng Lun's group was about to enter the city, Captain Go's thoughts quickly spun. Just as Feng Lun was somewhat impatient and wanted to step forward to push away the spear in Captain Go's hand, Captain Go turned his spear and slanted it towards the ground. It's not difficult to enter. However, recently, the higher-ups have just issued a new order. I forgot to mention it before. The fee for everyone who enters Wuyu City will be increased by 40%. If it was in the past, your mercenary group would be able to enter with 20 wild wolves. But now, unless you take out another 5 wild wolves, don't even think about entering the city. Captain Go's face was ferocious. No matter what, he had to make Feng Lun bleed a lot today. Otherwise, it would really be difficult to appease the resentment in his heart. Go Changlin, you're making something out of nothing. Feng Lun was furious. The person in front of him was simply intentionally making things difficult for them. Who said that I'm making something out of nothing? And it was also at this moment that the voice of a middle-aged man suddenly came from the other side of the city gate.